October 26th.
Our most improved airport of the year has been called the friendliest little airport in Texas. But until November 2022, the number of guests to receive its hospitality was limited to those who could safely use a runway only 3,600 feet long. Prior to November, our airport had the shortest runway among similar airports around the western Dallas-Fort Worth airspace. With the community's continuing economic growth, largely fueled by tourism and supported by general aviation, the expansion of the airport was necessary to keep pace with demands. Major improvements were necessary, and it was going to require ingenuity, cooperation, and funding. Lengthening the existing runway was not an option. A longer runway was going to have to be a new runway. Taking the new runway project from concept to completion included hurdles such as land acquisition, transmission line relocation, an environmental assessment, updates of the airport layout plan, development of design packages, approach development, and 3 phases of construction, all required intricate and precise sequencing. City staff realized a project of this magnitude required a master plan update. As a proactive measure, the city used local funds for the update, ensuring that the master plan was in place when the new runway was completed. Key local elected leaders and community stakeholders were brought together by city leadership to explain the vision for the project and its positive impact on the region. Support gradually gained altitude, and over the years, it continued to climb. Still, the question of funding a project this size remained. The typical TxDOT aviation project is funded 90% federal and 10% local. A project of this magnitude required significantly more local funding. With a long-term commitment from the community, city leadership began aggressively pursuing construction of a new runway, knowing that ultimately the city would be responsible for approximately half of the $32 million in total project costs. Monumental plans at the Granbury Regional Airport have now become tangible improvements. A new 5,200 by 75-foot runway, full-length parallel taxiway, new 8,000 square yard terminal apron, new LED runway edge lighting, new precision approach path indicators on both ends, new air-filled electrical vault, and conversion of the former runway into a taxiway. It's with great pride that we honor Granbury Regional Airport as the most improved airport of the year.
Good morning and welcome to the 2024 Granbury 4th of July Parade, coming to you live from the historic Granbury Square in Granbury, Texas. It's the premier event of the 50th annual 4th of July hometown celebration presented by the Granbury Chamber of Commerce. With July 4th this year falling on a Thursday, Granbury celebration spans 4 exciting days. The square is filled with vendors, a wide variety of souvenirs, homemade crafts, and delicious food. The highlight of the 4-day celebration is coming away in just a few minutes. It's the 50th edition of the Granbury 4th of July Parade. I'm your host, Jeff Newfer from the City of Granbury. Looking forward to seeing you and more than 100 parade units, vibrant floats, marching bands, and community organizations coming down Pearl Street. As we await the arrival of the first parade units, let's go down to Chuck Licata on the street. Chuck is from the City of Granbury. Chuck, we're starting the parade an hour earlier this year than previous years. It's only 85 degrees right now. Did that hour affect our temperature at all?
Well, here's what we need to really affect it, Jeff. We need shade, okay? We're standing out. Literally, the sun's right there. So that's not going to, help the efforts. The good news is, though, it's only 85 degrees. So by the time we finish, hopefully it'll be in the low to mid 90s. But here's the deal. As you said, it's the 50th anniversary parade, okay? This is a presidential election year. Of course, that's big topic news. But back in 1974, the presidential role was highlighted for a different reason as we take a look back, Leland, at our 1974 flashback and what was going on.
There's the president waving goodbye.
1974 was the year Richard Nixon resigned as U.S. president amid the Watergate scandal.
It's 7:15. There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron.
Hank Aaron passed Babe Ruth on the all-time MLB home run list.
Touchdown.
The Miami Dolphins beat up on Minnesota in Super Bowl VIII.
The show goes on.
Leonardo DiCaprio heads up a list of 1974 birthday babies that includes the likes of Derek Jeter, Amy Adams, Jimmy Fallon, and Frank Caliendo.
Last game. So if you win your last game every year, you're probably the Super Bowl winner.
Overall in the nation, a first-class stamp was just 8 cents. Gas was 53 cents a gallon. A dozen eggs cost 78 cents, and a gallon of milk was $1.57.
So you got the flashback. Stamp was 8 cents for a stamp. That's amazing. But here's the deal. I'm going to walk off because you can see right behind us now is the beginning of the parade. So Jeff will send it back up to you.
Alrighty, thank you, Chuck. Appreciate that. And the history lesson as well. Chuck's only half of our team reporting from the street. The other half is Brad Yarborough and bringing us great pictures and sound. Let's very quickly give our special thanks to our Visit Granbury staff who helped us with our setup up here on the balcony, and we really appreciate them, as well as the Fisherman's Corner, the Visit Granbury staff and the Fisherman's Corner that were up on their balcony. And so could not do that without Marcel and Angelique at the Fisherman's Corner restaurant. And then the Visit Granbury staff we mentioned, Rob, Mike, Crystal, Abby, and Aaron. So back to the parade, as always. Unit number 1 is the Granbury Police Department getting ready to come into your field of view there. That's Lieutenant Russell Grizzard of the Granbury Police Department and his family leading off the parade. We can never overthank the men and women of the Granbury Police Department. So Russell, thank you, and his family. Behind them is the Granbury High School Marine Corps Junior ROTC Color Guard, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Scott Casey and trained by First Sergeant Johnny Rositas. Members of the Color Guard are Nathan Wilson, Brody McKinnon, Madeline Schmidt, and John Self. Thank them for their service today as the Color Guard. In just a moment, we'll have Grace Larson with our national anthem.
Oh, sir, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rampart lights we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Next, we're going to be welcoming our Grand Marshal, Kevin Watson. Kevin is the owner-broker of Empire Realty Group. He tells an interesting story of what the Chamber was looking for in the Grand Marshal.
So they were looking for someone that was born in Granbury or real close to Granbury in 1974, the first year of the parade, and is also involved in the community and a part of Granbury and has been, and gives back to the community, that kind of thing. The one hiccup was I wasn't born in Granbury, but I was born in Granbury adjacent. I was born in Stephenville in 1974, but my family moved here to Granbury when I was 3. So I have no memories of Stephenville. All my memories of growing up here in Granbury, went to high school, went to kindergarten through high school here. So it's always been home to me.
Let's go down to Chuck Licata now.
What's it like to actually be in the car in the parade now?
It's awesome. Everybody's been so responsive and been great, cheering. It's been awesome. And a sweet ride too, right?
Oh my God, yeah. Do you get the car?
It's a loaner.
Hey, so biggest parade, probably one of the most ongoing 50th year. You are the Grand Marshal. Literally, what's that like?
It's amazing. It's amazing. I feel so honored, especially being a hometown boy and so proud of Granbury.
All right, brother, enjoy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Kevin Watson with his lightsaber. Now let's go back down to Chuck. He's got a group of Hood County and Granbury elected officials. Chuck?
It is my favorite interview right here, Mr. Birdwell. It is so great to be with you, sir.
Oh, it is a treat. This is the 50th anniversary of the Granbury Parade. People from all across the region come out here because Granbury's the center of gravity for July 4th.
And Granbury appreciates everything you do for everybody.
My treat and privilege. God bless you. Hooah!
That was Senator Birdwell. He and his wife have been married for more than 30 years, and they live right here in Granbury. The next dignitary there is Hood County Judge Ron Massengill. Judge Massengill serving his second term as Hood County Judge. Following him is Granbury Mayor Jim Jarrett. Chuck has Mayor Jarrett.
It's a wonderful 4th of July. It's been a great one. Up and down through here. I don't know how many people. You got to find out. I bet the police know, but they are doing a great job too, keeping the traffic under control. It's outstanding. Outstanding. Thank you. Enjoy.
District Court Judge Brian Buffkin is in the next big black SUV. In the souped-up golf cart, unit number 9 on the windshield there, is Hood County Court at Law Judge Richard Haddix. Judge Haddix is exiting the vehicle. We're not sure why. He's tossing candy. I bet Chuck's going to get some candy and give it to some kids. I'm sure he will. So, Judge Haddix is the Hood County Court at Law Judge, and his wife Mary and their wonderful grandchildren are with them in that parade unit. That was Hood County Sheriff Roger Deeds in the white Cadillac SUV. Following up Sheriff Deeds is the Hood County Sheriff's Posse. They were established in 1959, and they help Sheriff Roger Deeds, all these men and women on horseback, when they need support for community organizations, for search and rescue, and for other functions. The Sheriff's Posse. They're followed by Marathon Digital Holdings. It's their first year in the July 4th parade. Marathon is a technology company supporting global energy transformation. They partner with the future tech geniuses of the Granbury ISD Robotics Department. Maybe our favorite unit in the parade is the Visit Granbury float. It's a boat and a trolley. So let's go down to Chuck.
That's right, Celebration Capital Texas. No better way to have a 4th of July parade. What's it like? Has it set in? We're the Celebration Capital.
It has set in, and we're going to prove it for many, many years.
Hey, thank you for all y'all do. Enjoy the parade.
Thank you.
That was Tammy Dooley. She's the director of Visit Granbury. She's going to join us in a few minutes up here on the balcony of the Fisherman's Corner to help describe the rest of the parade to us. But they're followed by a company we all need, Glen Air Heating and Cooling. Glen Air is celebrating 50 years in business, so the same year as the beginning of the parade. 1974, Glen Air is a local family-owned and operated train dealer providing high-quality HVAC services and installation. They're followed by Aviva Senior Living. Aviva is dedicated to cultivating an environment where every resident can thrive and celebrate life. Now Chuck has the Mysterious Scoundrels. Next are the kids and the adults from the Hood County YMCA. They are putting Christian principles into practice. They have services, programs, and relationships that build a healthy mind, body, and spirit. The W.H. Moore family is again in the parade. They're the 5th generation of the late W.H. Moore. Cowboy was his nickname, and he rode his horse Sugar in the very first parade 50 years ago. The Moore family has been in almost every parade since. And we're going to step aside and just let you listen to the Granbury High School Marching Band, the pride of Granbury. High School Marching Band, followed by the GHS Stowaways, nationally ranked and award-winning high school drill team. The Stowaways, this is the 38th line of Stowaways. And those two gentlemen carrying the banner are the Friends of Memorial Lane. They are dedicated to honoring and remembering our nation's heroes.
Are we having fun yet?
Oh yeah, blast.
What's it like to be in this parade?
It's amazing that we can all still get together. We love it. Happy 4th of July.
Awesome. Enjoy. Happy Independence Day.
So that's the D. Cordova Volunteer Fire Department. One of the larger groups in the parade is the North Texas Jeep Club. They're active in local events in Hood, Parker, Palo Pinto, Somerville, and Erath counties. All of these Jeeps. The North Texas Jeep Club.
We appreciate it. Be careful on those stilts, everybody. It's an honor to have them here after 50 years looking around town.
They're followed by the first vehicle that's not a Jeep. Those are the Sons of the American Revolution Brazos Valley Chapter, and their ancestors fought in the American Revolution. Ruck Forward coming into view now. They encourage you to join your local VFW post 7835 and auxiliary, and to remember our fallen heroes, the Ruck Forward group, honoring our veterans and active serving. First National Bank of Granbury has a group on foot on the hot pavement this morning of Pearl Street. They've been around since 1887. For the past 137 years, they've had bankers and lenders serving local communities and building relationships with consumers and businesses. First National Bank. All right, Chuck is talking to the Salvation Army of Hood County.
Disasters. Did you know that Salvation Army was the first in the United States right here in Granbury? We started in Granbury, and what our main purpose is we go to a disaster, whether it's fire, flood, sometimes it's emotional, and we help the first responders, the police, the ambulance team. You bet.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
And we welcome Roy Ray and his grandkids. Roy is driving the 1940H John Deere Poppin' John tractor that is being restored. He's followed by the Jeep Junkies, a family-oriented, loving, amazing group who enjoys off-roading, camping, picnics, or just a back road drive. We're thrilled to be joined by Visit Granbury Director Tammy Dooley, who just rode through the parade route. She was in one of the 2 units in the parade for Visit Granbury. Of course, they had the trolley. And Tammy, you were in the boat. What was that like?
It was so great, Jeff. I've never seen so many people. I think this may be the biggest parade yet.
Looks like there's a large group of them. I guess Jeeping is a growing thing because I don't remember as many in previous parades.
I love it. It makes you want to get a Jeep.
They're followed by Hood County Volunteer Fire Department Station 70.
Followed by Hood County Station 70, Volunteer Fire Department.
Loving our first responders.
Our first responders, Station 70.
Tammy, we'll have the Pecan Plantation Volunteer Fire Department in a little while. I know they're neighbors of yours.
They are, and they do such a great job. What a great organization. So great they came out today to celebrate all the fun, and they're always a big asset to our parade.
Or anybody else's because of something that you couldn't prevent it. Please be careful with your fireworks this year. Thank you, Volunteer Fire Department. We appreciate it all.
The red pickup truck pulling the what looks like a nice backyard pavilion for my place is the Harris Aerobic folks. They've been offering maintenance and repairs in Hood and surrounding counties since 2018. Followed up by Chaplain Construction Services, custom homes, commercial projects, and renovations.
And directly behind them, we have Chaplain Construction Services, specializing in custom homes, commercial projects, and renovations. If you need anything, give them a call. Chaplain.
Chaplain has the big white pickup truck as well. A+ Roofing is following them. They're a local family-owned roofing company. I see their familiar green and black trucks around town.
A+ Roofing and Construction is a local family-owned roofing company that's trying to give back to people.
This has been a year, Tammy, for people that might need roofs with the strange weather that we've had.
It really is, and they're real big on telling you to get things done now before it gets crazy, but they're an excellent company and they look great today in the parade.
I'm loving the pace this year. So many units, but they're moving at a good pace. There are our friends from Pinnacle Bank. They serve Hood and surrounding counties. And you know what they say? They say Pinnacle Bank is the way banking should be.
Thank you for all you've done. Advanced Camp, they equip fatherless young men with a solid foundation of practice.
What a great parade float.
And a relationship with Jesus.
Looks like Advanced Camp is with us today. They equip fatherless young men with a solid foundation of practical trade and life skills and a relationship with Jesus.
Everybody in the same household, if they can help, we can too. So let's try to help people with Advanced Camp. Brazos River Corp.
Okay, Chuck's got his Corvette group, so let's go down to him.
All right, so I just have one question. This beautiful car. What are you doing in my car?
Oh, you want to ride?
Yeah, please. Actually, I'd rather drive. I love your entry. I love these cars. What's it like to be driving this beautiful car in this beautiful parade?
It's a wonderful town. We love supporting it.
What's that?
The parade is great. It's great.
It's
We
going
try to come to all of the parades. Not just the 4th. Yeah, we have the AC on.
All right, I'll see you at the finish line, and I expect the keys, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right, thanks, Chuck. Thanks, Brad, for that street level camera view. Rock Solid Masonry says no job is too small or too big, and that they are solid as a rock. They are followed up by Midas of Granbury. Midas is a full-service auto repair and tire shop, and they even provide you with a loaner vehicle. So Chuck has the Granbury Volunteer
Fire Department. How's that feel?
Fun. Cool.
Is it cool to see all the kids and everything waving to you?
Yes, sir. It is.
Thanks, Chuck. A lot of Granbury volunteer firefighters here. We are so appreciative of that service, and then also how all of the departments throughout all of Hood County cooperate, support each other anytime there's a need. Granbury Fire Department volunteers turn out for that, as well as are helped by friends from around the county.
Who love and want to support the fire department and help with fire prevention, education, fundraising, and
Followed up by the Support Brigade. That's a non-profit group, and the Support Brigade is a great group of citizens that support the fire department. That's just really what it's all about. They help with fire prevention education, fundraising, and if there's an emergency, they will help out on those situations as well. So we're grateful for the Support Brigade.
martial arts, ranked top 10 in the nation for Jiu-Jitsu.
Zev Martial Arts is ranked top 10 in the nation for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and they have world, national, and state champions. They're probably celebrating that 50th anniversary this year. Tammy, I don't have any martial arts skill. I'm more into Asian fusion food.
I'm so glad they do. I have none either, and but I'm proud of what they do, and look at them go today.
It's great to have world champion anything in Granbury.
It is, and you know, I find that a lot in Granbury. We have some real stars living amongst us. How great is that?
Lots of good kids there.
Lots
They're
of
followed
good
up by a
girls.
nice trailer being pulled by the Rotary Club. I see City Attorney Jeremy Sorrell is talking with Chuck, but we don't have his mic. And it looks like Councilmember Skip Overdeer is in the passenger seat of that blue pickup.
I don't see her yet, but I know Terry Harmon is also down there. There's a great group of Rotarians there.
They've been very helpful on just projects that the city does, such as the Great Granbury Cleanup and other things. Rotarians come out every time that they're asked. They are not only for the community, they're part of the community.
Oh, look. Here we go. Look at that. Now, I think he or she gets the prize for the hottest costume.
You are correct.
Absolutely. Welcome, Chick-fil-A. We love you.
They've got a pickup truck, and I don't know, are they tossing out waffle fries? I can't tell. It's like toys.
Oh, looks like little footballs.
Yeah.
How nice.
Let's say hello to our friends from Guild Mortgage. They've got some walkers and riders in their float. And it looks like the Triple Cross Cowboy Church has a tractor leading their group.
And I see, is that George Washington?
I might have been.
I think it was. Yeah.
So Triple Cross, I think I've seen them bring that stagecoach on to actually not tow it before on a trailer, but I think I've seen them ride that actually on the and have it pulled in previous years.
It
might
is
be in the shop for
beautiful.
its checkup or something.
And they do a lot of work here in the community.
Triple
It's always
Cross
good
Cowboy
to see
Church.
them.
And we have some more of them. They have a number of different vehicles in the parade.
Oh, that's fabulous. Look at this.
You know, I've only been in Granbury a few years, but I've learned how important the church is to the people in this area.
It really is. This is a great community. Oh, look at this. Here we go. Check out the red and blue toenails on the hoofs of those horses. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. That's great. So, are those mules?
You know,
Twin white mules?
I am agriculturally educational deficient, so I'm not even going to guess. Whatever I say is going to be wrong.
I'm guessing.
I'll let you guess. But those are some
beautiful,
looks like some very experienced and skilled riders, and
beautiful,
my goodness,
beautiful,
dressed in their finest cowboy attire.
Look at that.
Except it kind of breaks it. The one guy at the end there on the cell phone, but okay, a little anachronistic there.
Oh, somebody else commented, welcome to 2024.
And let's not forget the guy that has to walk behind the animal units. We appreciate them as well.
He's doing all the hard work.
Yeah, that's unappreciated but certainly recognized. These Army-looking vehicles are the Hood County Motor Pool, and they are maintained by Hood County, these Jeeps, and they're in memory of the greatest generation. So 4 vehicles from the Hood County Motor Pool.
I'll give you my address after this is over. You can drop any one of those by.
Chuck and Brad were walking along with them. They're now entering our view in front of the balcony, the Pet Hospital of Granbury, and I think Chuck said he takes his family of dogs there, and the Newford dogs go there as well.
We appreciate it.
That's a new entry in the parade, the Pub McDonough, a brand new pub just north of the square.
There you go, come on, baby.
And this is something we're so proud of, a traditional Irish pub, brand new. It is a Granbury favorite.
The Pirate Youth Cheer Association.
The Pirate Youth Cheer Association is walking along and riding. They're dedicated to the growth and development of youth cheerleaders from pre-K through 6th grade. They're followed up by the Purefoy Electric Company based in Weatherford. We're okay to have them here though. Serving all of North Texas, residential, commercial, and industrial electrical needs. Purefoy Electric. There's your Wings Etc. float. Looks like they've built a plane on the back of that. I guess wings and airplane wings, I don't know. Wings Etc. Grill and Pub is the home of great food and good times. And
Perfect.
70 TVs to watch your favorite sporting event.
Perfect weekend to enjoy wings.
And I have to say, if I was down on the street, this next float, Daffing Cooling and Heating would be my favorite, because coming out of those big silver tubes is cold air. So you can probably see them distributing the cold air from Daffing Heating and Cooling. They were voted best of Hood County for the last 14 years.
They are everyone's favorite. How do you do any better than that?
This is your 2024 and 2025
Let's go, Pirates! G-O, let's go! G-O, let's go, Pirates! G-O, let's go!
Thank you, ladies. Your 2024-2025 middle school cheerleaders and their coaches. Followed up by Gibson Heavy Haul, that white pickup truck. Looks like an inflatable Uncle Sam on the back. Gibson Heavy Haul has over 35 million transportation industry in Texas and surrounding states. Maybe what's been our biggest vehicle so far in the parade, well actually I'm going to jump ahead. That would be Gibson Heavy Haul testing out their horn and siren.
I would say they're making the biggest entrance. What do you think?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Following them happens to be Plazo's fireworks.
That is one
Tell me what it's like to be in this amazing parade.
It's fantastic. We got great people here.
Razz's Fireworks
coming to this
following them up.
What's it
Pirate on the top there.
Supported, but
Razz's Fireworks is dedicated to having just announced themselves are the Pecan Plantation Volunteer Fire Department, a great group of first responders.
Nothing but praise for our first responders. Don't be careful.
They do not need an introduction, do they? And look at this parade, Jeff. Look at how many floats.
Yeah. By my count, this is about number 59 out of at least 117.
All right.
But who's counting?
Who's counting? They've done an amazing job. The Chamber of Commerce does this every year, and boy, have they come a long way.
They also offer summer programs and academies for ages.
The timing is excellent this year.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
That's the Urban Volleyball Club with that really long flatbed trailer. They're an elite volleyball club located in Toller. And they offer programs and academies for kids age 5 through 18 all throughout the year.
We have First Two Detailing Services. This is a firefighter-owned and operated
First Do Detailing is here, a firefighter-owned and operated detailing company driven to serve the community and their vehicles, which are cars, trucks, boats, and RVs.
Stop them. This is Crane Restoration Services.
In that Humvee, is that a Humvee? That looks like a Humvee, right? That number 61, that's Crane Restoration Services. They provide care for your home or business when it comes to mold remediation. And God forbid you have water damage, but call Crane. There's our friends from Revolver Brewing, a world-class beer from Texas countryside. And you can't miss the Hood County Bookmobile from the Hood County Library. Free service, they travel all over the county giving books and technology to people. And then we've got radio station after radio station. First, I'm going to go kind of quick because there's not much spacing in between them. 95.9, The Ranch, the sound of Texas. 92.1, Hank FM, that's real country. And 95.5 K-Hits, and they're playing your favorites from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And they're broadcasting live from Granbury. K-Hits is.
They sure are. Their remote is down at the end of this street, Jeff, and they are excellent partners of Granbury, and they're here at all of our events. We just welcome them and thank them for all they do.
They're followed up by Pack 148. Those are the scouts of this area. Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. Clear Drip Wellness is that flatbed trailer. They do all kinds of therapy options. Hey, look at those uniforms.
Yes.
That's the Granbury Pirate Touchdown Club. Those are high school football players. And they're looking forward to a new season, new coach. Bobby Allison's the new head coach.
What a great looking group in their jerseys. Pirate football, it's almost time. Oh, here we go.
The cheer boosters, the cheer team.
Here we go. Now, I was a cheerleader, Jeff.
Now, I would not have guessed that. Check out some more first responders.
What's it like to be in this parade and get a chance to kind of breathe, but also see the people that support you?
It's a great honor, and we've been doing it for 17 years now, and it's a major blessing to be able to serve Hood County and serve the citizens and let everybody get familiar with all of us as firefighters. And our job is to take care of our citizens. So it's to also encourage the younger ones to eventually, if they want to get into this job, it's a great way for them to know that we exist.
Is there any other way to be patriotic than today?
Look at the smiles on those kids' faces.
This is America. We are definitely red, white, and blue all the way around. And
all right. Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate that. Some more vehicles from the Hood County Volunteer Fire Department. Tammy, you were going to say something there?
I was just saying, look at the smiles on all these kids' faces meeting these firemen and firewomen. They absolutely love it. Very impressive.
And I love how the crowd is giving them high fives, taking pictures, really enjoying themselves, appreciating our first responders from all over the county.
Absolutely, they deserve it.
That vehicle with the star on the hood was the Zweifel family. They call Granbury home after living in Oklahoma for a few years. They say it's great to be a Texan again. God bless Texas. Say hi to Don's Towing. This has been in the Granbury community for more than 30 years. The Sons of Confederate Veterans. They are honoring all U.S. veterans, the Sons of Confederate Veterans. That's Tony's Concrete and Hernandez Ready Mix. They are concrete guys offering ready mix concrete pumping, turnkey concrete work, and excavation.
It was breezy earlier, but I think the sun is taking over. But they sure look good. I love their fans.
Yeah. And that looks like the Hernandez Ready Mix, part of the Tony's Concrete. Say hi to the Hood County Democratic Party. They've been in existence since 1982. Their purpose is to educate voters with candidates that reflect voters' values. Some folks that are walking and some folks that are riding in the Hood County Democratic. Oh, now here's a new one. I don't think I've seen a vehicle like this before. 817 Print has a guy, you can probably see him there, he's in a bucket of a bucket truck, and he was spinning around. They're the newest printing company in Granbury. Looks like he's got a soaker hose, yeah. Okay, I'm glad he's focused on that side of the street. That's 817 Printing.
They are spraying the crowd with fun.
Yep.
They are having a great time.
Followed up by some folks from Bridgewater Memory Care. Cornerstone Christian Academy is celebrating their 25th year of providing a Christ-centered education. They have students of all ages, looks like some cheerleaders as well. Followed up by one more round. And one more round looks like they're going to stop and have a round right there. One more round is a boxing club, and they help the youth of today fight for a better tomorrow. And they say, hey, you can always go one more round. Indian Harbor Volunteer Fire Department personnel. Mr. Granbury, but as I said, cooperating with all the other departments. AOS stands for All Over Solutions. They are a premier design build company for commercial and residential products. Empire Realty follows just behind them.
And you know, Kevin Watson was our Grand Marshal, and Empire Realty is his company. It's great to see them. Wow, in full costume. Way to go.
Yeah. Say hi to the Edge Group. They're joined by their friends Built Right Custom Homes, Butler Built Homes, Service First, and Oasis Pools. That's the Edge Group. And they're going to give that playhouse to the United Way of Hood County. So we appreciate that donation. To the Klein & Company Mobile RV Services. Offer mobile RV repair for Granbury and the surrounding areas. Very patriotic trailer they've got. Bailey Jeans Designs is custom balloon setups, cotton candy, bounce houses, and more.
They have the right idea with the bubbles and with the umbrellas.
They're followed by Century 21, Judge, is it Fight Company?
Judge Fight Company.
Hey, just a quick note.
They have a beautiful parade float celebrating our 50th anniversary, complete with fireworks.
We've got the contingent from DT Roofing here. They've been voted the best roofer since 2013. They say they are the only name to call. Actually, there's a lot of roofing companies, but they're going to we're going to pass on the words that they gave us. But we appreciate all of our roofing companies. They want to make sure your roof is as tough as Texas.
I wish my kids would live from us.
Chuck has the Lipan Fire Department.
Sense of community, chance to see the community that supports y'all. What's that like?
Well, I think it's really good to have your community behind you. Everybody needs the support of everybody else, you know what I mean? And just tighten it, it's really good.
Do you feel American today?
I feel great. I love America.
Thank you, Chuck. Here's our friends from Operation Joy. They're a nonprofit group bringing Jesus and joy with every outreach, every touch. This Christmas, they're going to serve 60 families. Operation Joy. And then we can see their float and we can see their establishment. This is Babes. And they have some of the county, maybe some of the state's best chicken fried steak and definitely fried chicken. And I love the family style sides. We want to thank, while we have a second, we want to thank our crew today. We've got camera folks on the street, Brad and Joe. We've got camera person Amanda up here on the balcony. We've got producers and executive producers John and Leland inside the control room. We're greatly appreciative of all these folks and would not be able to put out a live stream or an edited video without the help of all these people. And as I said earlier, can't repeat enough how grateful we are to the folks that visit Granbury and the Lake Granbury Conference Center for helping us with building the balcony facility here. And then Fisherman's Corner, this is their balcony, and this is the second time out of 3 years that we've been up here. And I think I saw Chuck Licata marching in the parade, which is kind of a new thing. I've never seen Chuck march in the parade before.
He's a man of many talents. It looks like he's doing it all down there today.
He was kind of in the middle of the Iglesia Cristiana Vina Nuevo group. And that group appreciates not only Chuck, but they appreciate being part of the community, and they want to exalt God with their service and their music. So let's take a listen.
Excellent.
Just coming into the square area now is the Bearded Devil's Garage. Kind of a teal color, turquoise colored Chevrolet truck. And they want to take care of your window tint, your car audio, and your vehicle customization needs.
So I have no idea what year that truck is, Jeff, but
old.
That's old. And it's fantastic.
And I'm thinking they've modified it a little.
It looks like a project.
And it looks like they have 3 vehicles.
Oh, there you go.
That's your Acton Middle School cheer team, always with a smile. We appreciate them. They're followed by Girl Scout Troop 2316. They're promoting character, outdoor skills, good citizenship, and service to others. And then one of my favorite groups is The Promise. They're in Glen Rose. They have a great facility down there in Glen Rose. Tammy, you're really familiar with The Promise.
I am. The Promise is an absolute life-changing show, only minutes away at the Texas Amphitheater, and it is worth a trip to Granbury to go see The Promise. And look, they have their special guest, a camel, and he is wonderful. And you can see animals live during the show.
They're followed by No Code Pest Solutions. No contracts, just results. Coming in front of our camera view now are the Hood County Republican Club float. They're going to recruit, educate, and organize to make a positive impact on future Republicans. And the Crescent Volunteer Fire Department. Take it away.
What's it like to see all these people lined up supporting you and all the first responders?
It's very energetic. It's a great time. Oh, yes.
Is it a great day to be an American?
It is, absolutely.
Hey, thank you for all you and everybody that's a first responder, emergency responder does. Why do you do it?
We do it because we care. It's something we're very passionate about.
Happy 4th.
Happy 4th.
Thank you, Crescent Volunteer Fire As you can tell by the green on their trailer, that's the Going Green Concept Windows and Doors. They're a local window and door company serving Granbury and the Metroplex for more than 15 years. That pickup truck there is Texas game warden Preston Wiesenhunt, a new entry in the parade. Texas game warden, part of our first responder team when it's necessary. Game wardens jump right in. There's Warfox equipment. They've got an M113, they've got an MTV cargo truck, and later on you'll see a Humvee. Our next unit are Bogies and Stogies. They just moved to a new location right off the square.
Right off the square, and they're a wonderful company, and they're doing so much. It's exciting to see them in the parade.
Coming up next, Carry Off Dumpsters. They want to take care of your dumpster needs, whether it's remodeling or clean out or new construction or landscape debris. Carry & Sons Carry Off Dumpsters. There to help you. And that has to be a hot place to stand during this year's 4th of July parade.
It really does.
Our next entry, it might be the first one. If it isn't the first time they've been in it, it's the first time since I've been around, which is a couple of years. And it's the the Granbury High School Bass Club, bass like the fish. And they're a student organization that competes in fishing tournaments all over Texas. And now the trucks from GCH Concrete Services. Two big cement mixers, one with a City of Granbury Police Department logo and another one with the POWMIA logo. We appreciate their service. They serve Hood County and they're proud of the military, their hometown of Granbury, and they gave glory to the Lord Jesus Christ. Now, Tammy, I know you know some of these folks from the Lions Club.
I sure do, and isn't that great with that big lion on the front of their parade float and vehicle? Okay, now we have competition with Chick-fil-A. Here is a lion in a costume.
And now Toller Volunteer Fire Department with Chuck.
Make house calls, but hopefully not too many, right?
Yes, sir. So, believe it or not, this is the tallest ladder truck in the county, also the busiest ladder company in the county. So, out of the west side, Toller, Texas.
Y'all in Crescent are very proud of what you do, aren't you?
Absolutely.
What's it like to be in this American parade?
America. You can't beat it. Best place on earth.
And the best seat in the house has to be on top of that tall ladder truck.
I think you're right.
Oh, look out. Look out. Toller Volunteer Fire Department. If you can't see it on the live stream, they are creating rainbows by spraying the crowd.
That is great.
We're all cool with that except for our equipment. That golf cart is the Historic Granbury Merchants Association. There you go. They promote the merchants, not only the ones right here in the square, but all over Granbury. Historic Granbury Merchants Association, they're going to be followed closely by the Texas Hop Club. And they are the new pickleball facility, and it's now open. I have not been out to the pickleball facility. But the Texas Hop Club is celebrating the 50th anniversary with their first year. Say hi to the Granbury Jeep Only Club. Started in 2002 by the McCoys, a group of local friends, and they enjoy back roads and off-road experiences, and it looks like they have the right vehicles to do that. The Granbury Jeep Only Club. Coming into view are the Toller High School and Junior High All-American Cheer Team.
What a great group of cheerleaders we've had, Jeff. From all of the area schools, they look so great, bring a lot of spirit to this parade. Out in the heat, all with smiles.
Toller placed 5th in the UIL Lone Star Cup this year. Congratulations.
Congratulations, they look fantastic.
And then one of my favorite groups, ones that really help the community for decades and decades. These are the Granbury Shriners, and they support local charities and 22 Shriners Children's Hospitals. We have a number of Shriners in a number of different vehicles. Some are sitting, some are riding scooters. I would guess you would call some of those go-karts. Not a whole lot of clearance there.
Get transportation. I absolutely love this new company. Granbury Executive Transportation, available for all your transportation needs, even to the Metroplex and around.
And then here are the Citizens on Patrol, the COPS program, COPS. They allow citizens to take an active role in crime prevention by acting as the eyes and ears of the police department. Tammy, that is our final unit for the 2024 Granbury July 4th Parade. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Jeff.
We are thrilled to have had this opportunity to bring this to you, and we're proud to tell you this has been a presentation of the City of Granbury.
I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. It is the Granbury City Council regular meeting. It is 6 p.m. Tuesday, October the 15th, 2024. We are at Granbury City Hall, 116 West Bridge Street in Granbury, Texas, 76048. For those who are not here tonight, you may watch this live on www.granbury.org/live, and certainly you can go to the meeting and the agenda portal anytime later and pull up the meeting and review it again, I know, for your viewing pleasure. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call this to order and have the Pastor Brock G., Associate Pastor of the First Baptist Church, lead us with the invocation. If you'll all stand, and we'll continue standing for the pledges.
Heavenly Father, as we begin tonight, we want to pause and humble ourselves before you and give you the honor and glory due your name. And Father, we thank you for being such a good God who loves us and is always faithful to us. And so, Father, we want to say thank you for our city leaders. Thank you for our civic servants and those the first responders that serve us and the people that make this Granbury so great. Father, we are just humbled and blessed to live here. And we know that that's a work of your hand. And God, you give a city its leaders. And so, Father, we say thank you for that. God, as we go about tonight, we want to pray and ask for your wisdom and your discernment to fill our hearts and our minds and our mouths as we make decisions about what happens here in this city, God. Help us to be wise, help us to be righteous and full of justice, to do what is best for all people for your glory. God, we thank you for this time tonight. God, bless us and lead us by your Spirit. And we're thankful for your Son, Jesus. And it's in his name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Now join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please be seated. Going to move right into proclamation and presentation. We have a proclamation today for proclaiming October 2024 as Monarch Butterfly Migration Month. If the Monarch people will join me out front. There you go. Thank you. You like my outfit? I do. I think that's great. Do you want to come over on this side? Do we clash?
No, I think we look great together.
We're good? All right, we're good. Okay. Well, let's just start with this. It's an official proclamation, whereas the monarch butterfly is the Texas state insect and is known as the ambassador of the Americas for its multi-generation 3,000-mile migration across Canada, the United States, and Mexico. And whereas thousands of monarch butterflies travel through Texas on their fall journey south to Mexico, stopping in Granbury's green spaces to show their brilliant orange and black wings as they search for nectar-rich flowers. This is carefully choreographed. Whereas researchers are trying to determine why the monarch butterfly's population is sharply declining, possibly due to loss of habitat, and whereas to raise awareness of the importance of creating monarch butterfly habitats, the Lake Granbury Master Gardeners maintain a demonstration garden to offer educational classes and to host a yearly outreach to encourage the community to plant milkweed and nectar plants in preparation for the monarch butterfly migration through Granbury and Hood County. Now, therefore, I, Jim Jarrett, Mayor of the City of Granbury, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as Monarch Butterfly Migration Month in Granbury and encourage all citizens to join the Lake Granbury Master Gardeners in celebrating the culmination of a year-long effort to sustain adult monarch butterflies while on their migration through Granbury and Hood County. It's given under my hand the seal of the City of Granbury on this 15th day of October 2024. Thank you. I know that you're going to want this.
Thank you very much. It's very important to our community, to our ecology, to understand the life cycle of the monarch butterfly. For it to sustain itself, we need to know the entire life cycle, and that's what we do as Lake Granbury Master Gardeners. We teach you how to romance the monarch by planting the right plants in your garden and having both the nectar plants and the host plants available when they start their mighty migration through Hood County. They are migrating through here now. We celebrate every year, have a wonderful party the first Saturday of every October called Romancing the Monarch Butterfly Festival in the Lake Granbury Master Gardeners Demonstration Garden. It's a wonderful event. We release live monarch butterflies. We've got training modules for kids and adults, and it's just a really nice celebration. So every year we ask our citizens to work with us. Let us work with you and show you how you too can romance the monarch butterfly, open up, roll out the welcome mat here in Granbury so the monarchs coming in can raise their families here in Granbury, and those siblings are the ones that end up migrating to Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We now have a presentation to the Granbury Police Department for becoming re-recognized as the Texas Police Chiefs Association recognized best practices agency. And the presentation will be made by Chief Steve Stanford of the Bridgeport Police Department. Thank you for coming to the dais there, Chief Stanford, and we'll let you go ahead and begin the presentation.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to come to a city where they still recognize our God and honor our country. What a very, very good prayer by our pastor, so thank you for that. Very meaningful prayer. Mayor, City Council members, and the Granbury community members, good evening. My name is Steve Stanford. I'm the Chief of Police in Bridgeport, Texas. But tonight I'm here to represent the Texas Police Chiefs Association, where I serve as a lead assessor for the association's accreditation program and also serve as the program's committee chairperson. With over 1,500 professional police chiefs in Texas, TPCA is dedicated to improving the quality of police services in Texas communities. The association developed an accreditation program for Texas law enforcement several years ago. Many of you know about the accreditation programs for schools, universities, and hospitals. They are all programs of professional excellence, requiring some proof of compliance with professional standards. TPCA's program is a voluntary process where agencies must prove that they meet or exceed 173 demanding standards. These standards are based on Texas law, Texas court decisions, and professional best practices identified by Texas police chiefs. These standards address a full range of law enforcement operations, such as use of force, protection of citizen rights, vehicle pursuits, property and evidence management, and investigations, as well as internal investigations and administrative operations and oversight. This program has become the new gold standard for professional law enforcement in Texas, and agencies across the state are working diligently to meet these requirements. In August, trained assessors spent 2 days here in your community and at your police department. During this time, several internal and external staff interviews were conducted, along with several inspections of your police facilities and the operations. Assessors then rode with police officers to ensure compliance was happening in the field. Lead assessors submitted a summary report to the accreditation committee comprised of 1 sheriff and 8 active police chiefs from around the state. The committee reviewed the report and voted to award the accredited status, and the vote was unanimous. During this process, your police department in Granbury, Texas, has proven that it meets or exceeds the best practices for professional law enforcement in Texas. Now listen to this. With over 2,700 law enforcement agencies, almost 2,800, just over 200 are accredited. Oh, just over 200, less than 10%. And fewer have been reaccredited. This evening, I have the distinct honor as we officially recognize the Granbury Police Department's outstanding performance and achievement as a reaccredited police agency. What does this mean for your community? This means the accreditation assures the elected officials, the city management, and the citizens of Granbury that their police department is operating in accordance with the best practices of Texas law enforcement. With its commitment to police excellence, this accreditation status means your police department is one of the best in the state of Texas. This certificate we will present this evening is symbolic. While it's a mark of professional excellence, it's the program's real value in the process they must complete to achieve it. The Granbury Police Department is a legitimate leader in Texas law enforcement, and you, this community, should be very proud of this accomplishment. Chief Calvan, can I have your team up here, please? I travel all across the state doing these assessments. I've done almost 40 of them, from Pampa, Texas to the southern coast, from West Texas to East Texas. And I'll say this, and I stand by this, you have one of the very best police chiefs in the state of Texas. You also have one of the very best police departments. Congratulations on your reaccreditation.
I bet he does.
Y'all don't have to keep standing if you don't want to. It's just me. Hey, where y'all going? Wow. First thing I want to do is I want to thank my good friend, Chief Stanford, for taking time out of his personal schedule with his lovely wife, who just happened to join him with us tonight, for coming out and presenting this honor to these fantastic officers you have in front of you. I must say that this year was a little different than the last two times that we received this distinction, and that we had to work our tails off at the very end to get that done. Deputy Chief Wigington, Corporal Ingram, and several others really put their nose to the grindstone to get us through the finish line on this one, and I want to thank them for their hard work and dedication to getting us through. It's an honor to have this reaccreditation given to us, and it's an example of these fine officers up here and the work and the dedication to professionalism that they show every day, and they go out there to prove to everybody that comes to town that we are the best there is in this state. So thank you for the time given us to get up here and have this honor presented to everybody and to y'all. and I will let y'all continue with your business at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Hey, hey Chief. Chief, can you keep these guys up here so we can shake their hand?
You want a picture?
I just want to shake their hand. Is
Oh,
that okay?
absolutely. Yeah, they're yours. Come on up.
Don't let them get away. I want to recognize these. Yeah. Right.
No, he can. I know he can.
In fact, I would like you, I'd like city manager and the, all right. Yeah. It doesn't get any more special when you have the law enforcement folks that we have in this town, and then for them to be recognized nationwide for what they do. It doesn't get any more special than that. But there is also some other special people in the audience tonight. Could the Powered for Life group come up and join us right here? We have these students. Yeah. I've been asking them if they would come and visit with us. The only thing I told them was I wouldn't make them get up in front of the group. So sorry. And speak. Did Hector decide he's going to speak?
Yeah, Hector.
Oh, Hector. All right. Hector, just very briefly, tell us who this fine group of people are here. Yeah, it's you.
Oh, you can do it.
All right, well, we're all from Stars Accelerated High School, and we are the Powered for Life class. So basically, Walt helps us get ready for kind of like our career in the future, you know. So he kind of helps us just with all that. I don't really know how. I think I summed it up for y'all, but I mean, if
Moving forward in a positive environment for their career. How's that, Hector? Was that?
yeah.
Did he get it right?
Yeah. And the reason Jeremy is here, the reason Chris is here, the reason I'm here is one of the things that Walt does is ask us to come in and speak to this group. And I would have to say, every time that we come, it's you always get this question: what's the best part of your job? And I guarantee you, it's being right there at that right time, at that moment, because meeting with these young adults who are our future is the best thing, best part of the job. Mr. Kaufman.
Oh boy. Yeah, I would just say that when we get to go and meet with them, it's a real unique one-on-one type experience. I've had all kinds of questions asked, from what do you do to how much do you make, and all kinds of questions, you know. So you answer those questions, you go through it. It's a learning curve for everybody, and we get to know each other. Sometimes we get to hire somebody out of that group because they come and apply for a job, and that's always encouraging. So that's part of what we do, is try to mentor these folks right along, and Jeremy's had some time to think about what he wants to say.
How long do I get? 3 minutes? 3 minutes? It's an incredible program. Every time Walt calls and says, hey, can you come out and talk to the kids? I'm like 30 minutes early. I love it. It's exciting. I love interacting with them. They have great questions. They're also very complimentary. I'm always told I'm the best dressed of anybody that ever comes. It's great. So I do like the way Walt tries to tailor around each of the kids. So, maybe I might not go for a few months, and then he'll call me up and say, hey, we got a kid that wants to be a lawyer. Great, I'm there. We go in, and we have a great time, and I enjoy you guys. You ready for me to come back?
Yes, sir.
What about the mayor? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No. Yeah, come on.
And part of what he said is great, but he also talks forever. So he's the only one that I can't ever kick out of the room. But to have these people take time out of their day to come and donate their time to the kids is really something special and unique to this community. And you should all be proud of what they do, because they really do take the time to spend an hour and a half to 2 hours a day during the class and come out and pour into them. That's all I have to say.
Don't give it back to Joe. No, I know. I wasn't good.
Congratulations, y'all are probably near completing this program. Yeah. Thank y'all for coming tonight. Appreciate it. And be watching our job postings. We're always needing to hire people. So thank y'all for coming. Very unique.
I tell you, it's just not going to get any better than that, but we are going to go ahead and we have some encouraging statements and some recognition. So I think we've already had some pretty good recognition, but Mr. Kaufman.
Yeah, first off, I just want to remind everybody that Thursday night at Grumps is an evening where you can go and be supported by the Granbury PD, and part of your proceeds goes towards the group that support. I just went blank. There you go. So Mitch brought that up this morning and reminded us, and so put it on your calendar, Thursday night, 5 to 8 at Grumps. Support a cop. What? Burgers and badges is the official logo. Thank you. And also want to remind everybody, this weekend we've got a lot of staff working hard behind the scenes to pull off another great Granbury cleanup. Begins here at 8:30 here at City Hall, 8:30. Bring your gloves. We'll supply the trash bags, grabbers, safety vest, and Kroger water. Be careful as teams are out on Highway 377, Loop 567, FM 4, Highway 144, and Crawford Avenue, picking up and bagging trash. Our Parks Department then goes along and picks up those trash bags, and historically we've picked up 2,000 pounds of trash, literally, every year we've done it, every event we've done this. So if you want to join that, please contact us. Also, simultaneous to that, we're having our Shred It event. We're calling it Shred It Instead over at American Town Hall, which is at 220 North Travis. We can bring up to 3 banker's boxes full of paper, and we've got a shredding company there that'll shred it while you're there. And you don't have to worry about, don't have any metal clips or staples or anything like that, just paper only. And of course, the fire department will be there to assist everybody bring in those boxes to help them. You won't even have to get out of your car. So you can certainly tip the fire department for doing that. And then on the curbside, it's bulk trash collection day, where Waste Connections will let you put up to 6 items out by the curb that you need to get rid of, 6 bulky items that normally don't go in your waste stream. And so that, have it out there by 7 a.m. And these are just some of the things that our staff, our communication team is working, our Parks Department, our Internal Services Department are all working together to make Granbury beautiful. As you can tell, there's a lot that goes into picking up litter and a lot of coordinating, and we need all the volunteers we can get. Historically, we've had the high school participate with us as well, and Michael Ross has led that effort, and so we hope to see that again as well. So that's all I've got for tonight.
Council?
Oh, I do. I need a do-over, Mayor.
All right.
So council just attended, and many of our staff attended Texas Municipal League annual conference. Picked up some great training. Some valuable training was gathered by all, and obviously we're back and implementing and looking to implement what we've learned. And I just want to thank the entire council for going and participating and being willing to spend the time and invest. I know somebody probably had to burn vacation at work to be able to go, and I want to thank you for being able to do that, and hats off to you for going and meeting all those other council members and benchmarking what we do compared to what they do, and of course the classroom training is invaluable. So thank y'all.
Yeah. Other council? Any other comments? Okay. Well, the kickoff to the TML meeting was just absolutely outstanding. In fact, the speaker was very much involved with what's going on in the communities as it relates to hiring and training and who you're working with. And I was absolutely, well, a little bit, full of myself when I learned that I am in the top 2% of the oldest people still working. So, true. Okay. Public comments. Do we have anything, Carla? Okay. I'm not going to go ahead and spend time reading that. I'm going to go ahead to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are routine or previously discussed items and will be approved with one motion. However, should a member of the City Council wish to discuss any item, said item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered under the deliberation agenda. Council, you've seen these. We've discussed these some length either weeks before or recently. Anyone want to pull anything off for further discussion?
Mayor.
Mr. Rodriguez.
6.2 and 6.3.
You want to pull 6.2 and 6.3?
Yes, thank you.
Council, anyone else want to pull anything? Okay. We'll go ahead and I'm going to see if we can get a motion to approve 6.1, 6.4, 6.5, and 6.6 under the consent agenda.
So moved.
Mr. Corrigan makes a motion. Mr. Oberdeer seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. I believe that will pass 6-0. We'll move to the deliberation agenda, and we will open up with 6.2. Consider approving amendment to the city's personnel manual to establish a daily per diem rate for meal expenses during city business traveling in accordance with U.S. General Services Administration. That's the GSA. Mr. Kaufman?
Thank you. We've been operating under a fixed-based reimbursement fee for 9.5 years, probably the same fee, much longer than that, but I know that I've been here 9.5 years, so it's time to look at that. And we've been talking about the GSA schedule for 9.5 years, and Michael finally decided it was time to do something about it, because I think it was affecting the employees personally in a negative way, and it was time to do something pretty severe. So I'll let Michael Ross, our Deputy City Manager, talk to you this issue.
Thank you, Chris. Council, this is just an administrative change, in our opinion, to bring our policy up to date for travel. This one component is for the daily per diem meal rate that we get. It's, as Chris said, it's been generally fixed for some time. This allows us to stay current with the GSA, which is a federal website applies to federal employees. Eddie's probably used, if he's traveled under that, he's probably used to that. And that's what this does. It's similar to the IRS mileage rate. As it changes, our travel in our personal vehicles changes with it. This ties it to this GSA site and will help us stay current, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions. It's pretty standard in the industry of government travel. Thank you.
I think I would like to add to Michael's presentation that this GSA schedule varies different prices for different regions throughout the country. So like a hamburger costs less in maybe in Granbury than it would in Dallas or in Austin or in San Antonio.
Correct.
Or a lunch at Mi Familia would be cheaper in Granbury than it would be in San Antonio. So
correct.
It moves with that, and also the when we fully get everything automated, the form that we use that we're recommending that y'all approve as part of this ordinance will automatically date and post that for the right amount in those categories to remove any inconsistency. So like when you tell the DocuForm, hey, we're going to Georgetown, Texas for training, it's going to plug in the GSA rates when you put in how many lunches and meals you need. So it's we're trying to get to that point where it's fully automated, removes all ambiguity out of it. Many times the girls, or the ladies I should say, are sitting in her office reviewing the reports that are submitted, and they're reviewing everything and having to change things because different situations have happened. So anyway, we're trying to make that a little easier for finance department, and obviously they've got plenty of paperwork to shuffle around already. We need to make that easier. But we'll answer any questions y'all may have.
So, Michael, is that GSA rate's going to be destination location that you'd punch in the zip code, and that's going to give you the per diem rate for lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Is that correct? And hotel rates as well?
Yes, sir.
It's not going to be based on Granbury itself. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then first and last day of travel is usually at a substantially lower rate at that rate. Is that correct?
It's in the GSA as well. It's all built into there. Yes, sir.
All right. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
We might want to talk that we're talking about the per diem rate for meal expenses. We're not talking about hotel rates, because we try to book the hotel where the person's activity is, and sometimes that costs more. But we tried to get the government funding, the rate, because whoever's putting on the training usually has a block of rooms at a discounted rate. So that's what we usually go with. But this is for the meal allowance.
Yes.
That is correct. Our goal is to always get the block rate, as Chris describes, for like TML where we were last week, and that could be slightly higher than the GSA rate. I didn't compare the two since it wasn't applicable, but that's what TML and everyone strives for, is to get those rates down as much as possible, because you have such a large quantity of attendees at things like TML. But this is tied to the meal expense per diem only, this one change here, this part.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So, Michael, when you travel, then you get reimbursed the per diem rate whether you spend the money or not. Is that correct?
No, you have to. The idea is that you actually, if you go out for a meal, then you would get reimbursed for it. For instance, when we pay to attend a luncheon at TML or a breakfast or something like that, you would not get reimbursed for something the city paid for ahead of time to attend, like that, like those meals that are part of the conference. No double dipping like that. So if the city buys those tickets for us, like they do for us to attend awards banquets and things like that at the conferences, you can't get a per diem for that.
I understand. My question is, if you don't spend, I mean, the amount is $68 a day, and it's broken down by breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But if you don't, if you're on your own, you're going to a meeting or a conference or something you're required to go to, do you get reimbursed? Do you get paid the $68, or do you turn in receipts and it's up to $68?
You would get the per diem under that's our typical process here, is that you would get the amount allocated for a per diem for breakfast, per diem for lunch, and per diem for dinner.
Okay, thank you.
That,
And Bruce, just to let you know, this rate that you're seeing on my notes is based on our zip code. That's the per diem rate for Granbury if somebody was coming into Granbury. Now, if the person went to Dallas or Fort Worth, that current rate could be, I think, when I looked at Dallas or Fort Worth, it was a slightly higher than that.
I read all that.
Okay.
And I would like to add that also we do make considerations for dietary needs. It could be that someone's attending a meeting and all they offer is a continental breakfast where that's a bunch of starches and things that a person may or may not want to eat or should not health-wise eat. So we will make those exceptions too on the fly. But if there's protein-based meals involved, or some people have other health issues, celiac or whatever, there may be dietary needs that we need to fund something other than what's normal for that group of people at that training event, and so we're sensitive to that. So we would certainly use this for that. Thank y'all.
So we're asking council to please consider approving the amendment to the city's personnel manual to establish a daily per diem rate for meal expenses during city business traveling in accordance with the U.S. General Services Administration.
Okay. What it says meal expenses, so I understood that I think the example used was $68, that if I came in and didn't eat anything, I would get $68. Yeah. Is that true? Is that right? I thought
If you turned in for those, yes, sir.
Oh, no, I turn in zero, though.
If you turned in zero, you'll get zero.
Okay,
As a
that's
general,
what
the
I
idea.
thought. If I turned in up to $50, I would get $50, not 68. You're not going to get. It's a sort of a max, right?
You would get reimbursed what you turned in
for the
that met
actual.
the guidelines for the
Actual expense not to exceed the per diem. No?
I need to say something. This is for our employees.
Yeah. Right.
Okay?
Primarily.
This is not for the city council. The city charter says you will be reimbursed for your expenses, okay? So what you just went through, you probably had to buy a couple of meals and the rest were ticketed or hospitality events.
Right.
So you didn't have to do anything. So this is a whole different deal for council. We're not talking about, this is for our employees. So like somebody, let's say we've got a police officer going to training in say Conroe, okay? They're going to turn in a travel request in advance of travel, and we're going to write them a check in advance to pay for their meals. If they're having to use their credit card, we reimburse them for their credit card for the charge for the room. We prepay people to go train, okay? And that's what we do with these per diem rates. Now then, if somebody comes back and says, hey, you paid me too much, we will certainly take that money back. But the way it's working right now is people don't get enough as it is, and they're still not going to get enough as it is.
And Mayor, I think you're, for the per diem rate, that's just their daily rate, $68. That's calculated. I mean, whatever their current rate is for their location, they get that no matter what. From my understanding, they get that flat fee. If it's $68 or $93, they get that and they use it however they want. If they want to spend $20 for breakfast and $10 for dinner, that's up to them, but they get that flat per diem rate. Regardless if they spend it all or they don't spend any of it all, they still get the $68.
And we do that now with our current rates. So
Correct.
we prepay it where when they leave, they've got the money in their pocket to go get their training done. It's pretty simple. Not everybody has the ability to cash roll a whole week's worth of training somewhere and then come back and wait for a couple of weeks and do the paperwork and then submit it and get it turned in. It just doesn't work that way.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I see the advantage there.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Any other? Okay. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Okay.
He's next.
Mayor,
Okay.
I make the motion that we approve agenda item 6.2 as stated.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Wadley seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. I hear no nays. Passes 6-0. We'll go to 6.3, consider adopting ordinance number 24-59, amending Articles 1.5, Section 1.50.227 of the City of Granbury Code of Ordinance, master fee schedule to provide for the collection of fees for illegally placed political signs. Okay, Mr. Kaufman.
I'll leave this to Michael to make a presentation on it. He's the one that put this ordinance together and been working on it.
Okay.
Well, this is another what we would consider administrative change for your consideration. Our current fee schedule has an exemption to retrieving signs that were illegally installed. There's a $50 fee for the first offense, $100 for the second offense, and $100 plus administrative fees for the third offense. Political signs are currently exempted in our fee schedule, and well, it doesn't say that, but yes, sir. Okay. Okay, then yes, we're talking about not exempting those and making those signs apply to the same fee schedule requirements for retrieving sign costs as any other sign in the city. And so that's the recommended change based on, I think it was around 36 signs that were collected when the political season began, and we learned that the political signs were exempt, and so this was just something we're bringing before council that would be in effect next time around for the political season to begin.
It all goes to Gilbert versus Arizona lawsuit. Our attorney can certainly give you some information on it, but it's equal protection. I mean, if you're going to charge a fee for an illegal sign for something that says haircut $6.99 and not for a political sign, you're not being fair and equitable to everybody. So that's kind of where we're at.
Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, this is something that I just, when I was looking into this, that's one of the things is, there's a lot of information when it comes to political signs. Where's the right location? Who gives, the actual spot? Is it legal? Is it not legal? Anybody that's been in politics or running for an office have these political signs, and sometimes you just don't know. You don't know where to put the signs. And when they come to the city, they don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to, get their signs taken up, because they're there to try to advertise for their position and also get that out to the public. So one of the things, or some of the questions I have was for the city attorney, is who gives the city the authority to pick up these signs? Because if it's in the right of way, if it's in TxDOT right of way, who gives us that authority for the text for us to pick up political signs? So I'm going to turn it over to.
I can answer that one.
To.
Okay. This is
Jeremy.
staged. I didn't know. Go ahead.
So I understand what you're saying, because it gets very confusing when you look at I think it's chapter 393 from the Transportation Code. The authority is not actually granted to municipalities. It's granted to sheriffs and constables, right? And I've had that question come up before. People are like, hey, where do you have the authority to pick this up, right? And so where that authority comes from is from a municipal maintenance agreement. And that is a document that every city that has a TxDOT right-of-way that runs through it has executed with TxDOT. And that's for the enforcement of keeping the right-of-ways unencumbered. Any kind of obstructions that are within the right-of-way, even prevents the planting of trees and things like that without TxDOT permission. And so the city of Granbury has had this municipal maintenance agreement since 1968 is the oldest one that I can find. But since 1968, we've had this municipal maintenance agreement with them to enforce their rules and regulations, and they have a policy manual that they update annually that they put out. And part of that is it is illegal to put political signs in the TxDOT right-of-way. And so we're charged through that municipal agreement. There's actually a provision in there, in that agreement, that specifically tells us to enforce those things. So the authority to enforce that comes from TxDOT and from the legislature, giving them the authority to contract with us to do that. And then, so we have the authority to do it. The issue with this agenda item is that, I don't know the reason, but for some reason, in 2018, an ordinance was passed that updated section 1.5.277 of our sign ordinance, which created fees for illegally placed signs in the right-of-ways. We also, because we are a home rule city with a charter, we have the authority pursuant to the local government code to implement certain, it's not complete, but certain ordinances to prevent signs and certain types of signs in even our city right-of-ways. And so the issue that you get into is, well, we're going to regulate some certain signs in the TxDOT right-of-way, but not all of them. And so the concern with that is, well, the fees for these illegally placed signs need to be based on content neutrality, and that's going back to what Mr. Kaufman was saying earlier. That's the Gilbert versus Arizona case that came down a few years ago that talks about you can't regulate some sign because of what it says. Either you have the authority to regulate it or you don't, and you need to treat everything equal. And so in order to avoid someone filing a lawsuit based on that equal protection issue or the lack of content neutrality, the best way to treat this is to go back to that 2018 ordinance that added this line that says political campaign signs during appropriate seasons are exempt, and treat them the same as all other signs. And when we go out and we collect a sign, we charge everyone the same fee regardless of what the sign says. And so we step back from that to be cautious and to bring this to you guys so that you could fix this issue here, so that we can then enforce across the board these fees equally.
Thank you. And Chris, what's the importance for us to enforce this? I mean, I know that you've given us some insight about maybe some franchise agreements that we have with local entities and vendors throughout the city of Granbury. Yeah. So can you emphasize on that?
Yes, sir. I would just like to say that somebody driving a T-post into a fiber optic cable is not going to receive a very favorable invoice in the mail. They don't realize that, but they're out driving T-posts, and anywhere where you dig in a right-of-way, you're supposed to call 811 and have people come locate lines. I would just advise anybody that's putting up any kind of what I call a bandit sign, a little temporary sign, if they don't, they shouldn't put it on somebody's property that they haven't asked. And I think that's what happens in a lot of cases is overzealous political supporters pick up signs for their friend that's running for office, and they just go pepper the neighborhood with them or the public property wherever they think they can put it, and then we end up cleaning up the mess the next day. So it's unfortunate. There's a statute that's supposed to be written on each sign, and this year they're not on the signs that state it's illegal to put these signs on a public right-of-way. And I think, I was talking to a citizen about 3 years ago about this issue, where they were placing the signs out by the curb, and that's in the street right-of-way. Even though they technically own it, it's dedicated as a street right-of-way, and we can't have people putting political signs on public property, and that's where the rub comes in. Is, well, it's my property. I said, yeah, but when the street was created, it was dedicated for public use, and so and finally I said, you really don't want political banners on city property. It's against the federal law. The Hatch Act specifically prohibits government facilities, and government employees, they're breaking the law like crazy right now. They've got a district attorney from California promoting a senator in Texas. You got police, border patrol promoting and supporting a senator for Texas. Those folks are violating the Hatch Act, and there's just nobody willing to do anything about it. So here's the thing. You go back to any government that's taking over the world, what do you see on every government building? Their flag. Not the United States flag, but their flag. You know, that's insurrection. And so it may be freedom of speech, but you can't do it on public property. So you see these flags right now that are sold in the mainstream public for political purposes or whatever. You can't fly those on public property. Everybody gets that. What's the difference between a campaign sign being on public property? Nobody seems to want to understand that. It's the same principle. It's the same law. So,
okay.
Anyway, y'all
Mayor,
do with it as you please, but we brought it to you.
Jeremy and Chris, thank you for that insight. Mike, thank you for working on this. I just wanted to bring it to the public's attention on who gives the authority to the city and how. And the reason that we pick up political signs is because they're in the right of way, and most of those right of ways carry a lot of our sewage, our internet services, water services, basic services that you need in your own in your own neighborhood. So we deal with this on a yearly basis on 2 different campaign seasons. So just be mindful on where you put those political signs. Thank you, Mayor.
I might just add that TxDOT has actually sent me a letter in the past requiring us to fulfill the terms of that maintenance agreement and go remove the signs. And we did, and one of my employees tore his ACL doing it. So there's a reason we don't want to have to do this. It takes effort, and the guy had to have surgery over it. So it's important that we follow the rules. And I would just encourage everybody, before you put a sign, get permission from the property owner. Property owner knows where his property is, for the most part.
For the most part. Other comments? Questions here? Okay. All right. Do I hear a motion for, this is 6.3, to adopt ordinance number 2459, amending Article 1.50, Section 1.50277 of the City Granbury Code of Ordinances, master fee schedule, to provide for the collection of fees for illegally placed political signs?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Wadley moves. Mr. Vale seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. I believe it passed 6-0. All right. Move to the deliberation agenda. First one, 7.1, is consider adopting ordinance number 2462, granting a non-exclusive franchise with Atmos Energy for the delivery and sale of natural gas within the corporate boundaries of the city of Granbury. Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Y'all are familiar with franchise agreements. It's the agreements we have with various utility companies that use our streets and right-of-ways and public right-of-ways to install their infrastructure and deliver utilities or internet or other services to your homes and businesses. In this situation, we've renewing or updating our ordinance for the Atmos Energy natural gas franchise agreement. We don't have one in place currently. They have been paying the same fee that was paid in the previous expired agreement. We've been working through this for over a year, getting the wording back and forth between staff, our legal counsel, and their legal counsel to get it to where we're happy with it, and we finally developed one that satisfies all the needs. I think one of the instances that we worked on that took quite some time was whenever we would need them to move a utility because of something we're doing, the old agreement and the template that they sent me was pretty wide open and really didn't have much teeth in order to motivate them to move a utility, in this situation, a gas utility, out of the way if it was in our way of a project on a street or a right-of-way. And so we've put that in there where there's some commonality. If they can't move quick enough, then the city manager or designee of the city manager and their field superintendent or whoever it is that's specified in there would work out a suitable date and time for all that to be accomplished. Also, we added some provisions in there that require them to come and document their contractor, of who their subcontractor is that's doing the work, provide, go through the process to be a contractor. In other words, have insurance on file to where if they damage or interfere with our other services or another utility, they have insurance in place to stand behind that and take care of what the damage they cause. We also have an identification of where they're doing the work and what they're going to be doing, and then finally to make sure that they repair the street back to good condition instead of leaving it with a big pothole in the middle. And so all that's put into this agreement. And of course the 5% franchise fee that comes to us through this is remain the same, and so we're not changing that, we're just leaving that the same. So be happy to answer any questions you may have, but basically this is a housekeeping item for everybody involved. Atmos wants us to have a current ordinance, and we certainly need one, and so we've prepared this one for you.
Okay. Council, there are other questions on this? No? Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Do I hear a motion to adopt ordinance number 2462, granting a non-exclusive franchise with Atmos Energy for the delivery and sale of natural gas within the corporate boundaries of the city of Granbury?
Mr. Mayor. So
Mr.
moved.
Overdeer?
So moved.
Makes a motion.
Second.
Mr. Corrigan seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. I believe that will pass 6-0. 7.2, consider approving a gateway at the Moments in Time hike and bike trail entrance north of City Hall at North Houston Street, giving city manager or his designee the ability to work with the Shanley Park Association on the exact placement of gateway. Mr. Kaufman?
Thank you. I'm real excited about this activity that's going on, and Aaron has been working closely with the folks involved, and so I'll ask him to step up and share. He's our Internal Services Director, Aaron McLean.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, City Manager. The Shanley Park Association is proposing a gateway into the existing trail system that passes through Shanley Park. Shanley Sculpture Garden is a project that is underway by the Shanley Park Association within the park. The first two sculptures are scheduled to be placed on their newly constructed concrete bases later this month. This gateway may be constructed in phases as funding is available. Donations to the Shanley Park Association will be the intended source of funding, and the gateway project overseen by that association. I see there's several board members in the audience today. Although Shanley Park is not owned by the city of Granbury, the city's Moments in Times and hike and bike trail passes through the park. For this reason, this item is being brought before City Council for approval. And of course, that trail system is just outside the window here, north of this building. And there are no city funds being requested for this project at this time. In the attachment, you'll see the Parks Board minutes where they also reviewed this and recommended approval and for it to come to council for review. There's a rendition that shows the gateway, and also a page that is a picture that's taken from North Houston Street looking back down the trail system. And we're also asking that the city manager have the ability to work with the association for the exact placement of this gateway. We want to be mindful and not block any view of the new sculpture that will be installed. And there also no fencing being considered at this time either. There is some fencing pictured in the earlier rendition. If y'all have any questions, I could try to answer those, or someone from the association possibly. And that arch, or that gateway is approximately, it's just under 15 feet tall, I believe. It looks like it's about 20 feet wide, and we have considered, we may have to get heavy equipment back here to work on either this bridge or the backside of City Hall at some time. So we want to always maintain or easement through here or around that structure if we can't fit under it, wherever it's placed. So that's also in our minds when we consider the placement.
And one last consideration I want everybody to be aware of is on the top right picture there, that it shows that probably $500,000 sculpture where it's going to sit and proportionate. And we want to make sure that we don't detract from it as we build this new archway. So we'll have to work together to figure out exactly where that needs to go. That was part of the agreement with the foundation, that we would make sure it was visible.
Comments and questions? No?
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Bale.
I just think this is terrific. I mean, when I reviewed the agenda item and read exactly what, the plan was, what the purpose was, and then looked at some of the renderings, I think this would be a absolutely wonderful addition back in the park as you lead, people through the park. I think it's a terrific program. Thanks, Aaron. Great job presenting this tonight.
Thank you. So the motion here would be to consider approving a gateway at the Moments in Time hike and bike trail entrance north of City Hall at North Houston Street. Approving the gateway, which we see here, and giving the city manager or his designee the ability to work with the Shanley Park Association on the exact placement. So while we're approving the gateway, we are, through this motion, through this it's not an ordinance, what do we have here? Council agenda. We are giving our city manager and his designee the ability to work with Shanley Park to properly place it. Okay? We're all clear? Okay. Do I hear a motion based on what I said there?
So moved.
Mr. Corrigan makes the motion. Mr.
Second.
Overdeer will second it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. That passes 6-0. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanley Park folks.
Yes, thank you so very much.
We're excited about the garden.
Yeah. 7.3, moving right along here, we're going to consider approving a recommendation from the Granbury Cultural Arts Commission to authorize the out-of-the-box utility box art wrapping program. Mr. Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor. This is another little project we're excited about. We've been talking about it for quite some time, and finally got some legs to it. So Ms. Dooley, our Director of Tourism, will fill us in, and I believe some folks here from that Cultural Arts Commission are here as well. They may have something to say. I don't know.
I hope so. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Kaufman. We are very excited to bring this before you today. We wanted to have all of our ducks in a row to make sure we did it correctly. But we are here tonight to ask the City Council to consider approving our recommendation from the Cultural Arts Commission for the out-of-the-box utility box wrapping program. The Granbury Cultural Arts Commission has been working to provide a program for utility box wrapping featuring local artists. In this program, artists would submit their art for consideration to be placed on a box in the form of a vinyl wrap. So you don't actually paint on the box. It's a vinyl wrap that would last approximately 2 to 3 years. The wraps would be purchased by a sponsor, and then the artist would be compensated a small stipend from the sponsorship as well. There would be no wording or logos that would be placed on the box. And the City Council and TxDOT would have final approval on all the boxes. Coincidentally, this is October, so in October, Visit Granbury promotes all of the things art, tourism related, and we are actually, there's so many things going on that we're actually calling it Arttober, and we have an entire campaign promoting the arts. This time last year, we were proudly receiving the Granbury Cultural District designation at the Harvest Moon Festival. There is no financial impact on the city. It would be covered by sponsorships to the program. And the staff is recommending approval for the out-of-the-box art project in the spirit of showcasing Granbury's growing art culture and tourism appeal. And with that said, we also provided photographs of samples of what they would look like, and the locations for all of the text stop boxes that we would have to then go and each time ask for permission with them again. They would approve it, and then we could bring it back to the council to approve the art. So with that said, we have Cora Worley, who is the chair of the Culture Arts Commission here. She may want to add something, Cora. And then I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
So, thank you, Tammy. That was pretty much all the details. All I guess I want to add is that we're so excited about this. This is going to be a thing you see when you drive into town. It's going to be one of the first things you see. You're going to say, why is that box not gray metal anymore? Now it's beautiful. And we've got, I think, 25 of these boxes around town. It's going to make a difference. There's our map right there. It's going to make a difference to people driving around town. You know, we've committed to be an art-centric community, and this is just a good example of getting that done. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor? Yeah, when I was reading this item the other night, I showed this to my wife. I'd sometimes share with her, sometimes she probably didn't care what we do up here. But she really liked this. She said, I've seen this other places.
Yes.
And was real excited about it. I thought this looks great. If I had a comment, it would be, since Granbury's motto is where Texas history lives, it'd be kind of nice if the theme of these would have to do with, you know, the history, the state. You know, some of these pictures look like that, horses, blue bonnets, things like that. But I think the program looks great.
Thank you. We do offer the sponsors the alternative to pick their own art, or even to have their own favorite artists submit art and then pick it. So we'll keep in mind that the historical context is important.
And I also like the fact that it's just art for art's sake. It's not without having words on it. It's not promoting anybody or businesses or things like that.
Yeah, it's not advertising.
I think the program looks great.
Great, thank you.
Is the artist name even on the rendering?
I think we're allowed to put the artist's name on it, but we can't put any advertising. We can't put the sponsor's name. We can tell people who sponsored which one on the websites, which we're planning to do.
Say that again?
Well, the sponsor can't put their name on the box, which some of them are going to want to do. So what we're saying instead is that we will tell everyone that you sponsored it, and you can put it in your social media and your website, and we'll put it on the Visit Granbury and the Granbury Arts website, so people will still know that you did it. Okay. And we already have some potential sponsors. We're actually ready to go on this one.
Yeah, I like what Mr. Wadley says. It's arts for art's sake. Yeah.
I do too.
Yes, Mr. Coffey.
And
we'll quote you on that.
This ties in. This conversation ties in perfectly with that political sign or those business signs on state right of way. You just can't advertise on public property,
right.
and they'll let us put art on their boxes, which is public property, but you can't advertise. And so,
right.
Political ads are advertising. Haircuts are advertising. Whatever. You see these little signs everywhere. They're advertising. They're trying to get your business, trying to get your money, and they're illegal. And that's why we can't put sponsor names on these boxes.
Right.
We can't put, I guess somebody could put welcome to Granbury. I bet that'd fly, but it still has to be approved by TxDOT before it goes up. And it'll come before you too after TxDOT approves it.
Right.
Thank you. This is awesome.
Good deal. Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Vail.
So Chris just answered one of the questions I had. What is the process? So TxDOT approves it, and then it comes to us? Okay, that's how that works. You're saying no? Yes? Yes. Okay. And I guess the other question was, so 2 to 3 year life cycle, so they come back around, will the same sponsor be responsible for ordering another wrap to keep them fresh?
They could be. Okay. The sponsor is responsible for the box, and even if it is damaged, if a car runs into it or something like that, it has to be replaced, then they would have to redo the wrap, which should be a simple process.
I think it's a great program. I used to drive up Highway 26 when I lived in South Lake and through the HEB area. There's some on the corners in some places, and I always noticed them when I went by. I thought they were very creative. Just added a little something, and I like Bruce's idea. Just stay, obviously artists are, you give them latitude to do what they do, but something keeping with the city and celebration capital, or, something with where Texas history lives. So I think it's a great program.
Thank you.
Other comments? Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve a recommendation from the Granbury Cultural Arts Commission to authorize the out-of-the-box utility box art wrapping program? Mr. Wadley.
So moved.
Second.
And Mr. Vale seconds that. All in favor say yes. Aye. All opposed say nay. I hear no nays. We'll say 6-0. That passes. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay. I now declare Granbury City Council is convened into open session. All members are present. City Council will go into closed session pursuant to provisions of Texas Government Code in accordance with the authority contained in the following sections. Section 551071, consultation with attorney, pending or contemplated litigation. 551072, deliberation regarding real property. 551074, personnel matters, city secretary, municipal judge, annual review. 551087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. We are now in executive session. I now declare the Granbury City Council reconvenes in open session. There was no action taken in closed session, and all council members are present. Council, any other action?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vale.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to award our city secretary and municipal court judges a 4% merit increase.
I hear a motion.
Second that motion.
Mr. Wadley seconds. All in favor say yes.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The yeses have it 6-0. Thank you. Is there anything else? Nothing else? Council? We're all clear? Okay. There being no other further business, I declare the meeting closed.
I didn't think taking a few of my buddy's pain pills would be that big of a deal.
Holding on to an old prescription? Who cares?
My grandma was going to use those pills anyway.
It wasn't a problem.
Our stories are different.
But the outcomes are the same.
You could save someone's life.
It's time to take back your unused or expired prescription drugs.
Before they end up lost?
Stolen.
Or simply misused.
Help keep our community safe and healthy at DEA's Take Back Day, October 26th.
Our most improved airport of the year has been called the friendliest little airport in Texas. But until November 2022, the number of guests to receive its hospitality was limited to those who could safely use a runway only 3,600 feet long. Prior to November, our airport had the shortest runway among similar airports around the western Dallas-Fort Worth airspace. With the community's continuing economic growth, largely fueled by tourism and supported by general aviation, the expansion of the airport was necessary to keep pace with demands. Major improvements were necessary, and it was going to require ingenuity, cooperation, and funding. Lengthening the existing runway was not an option. A longer runway was going to have to be a new runway. Taking the new runway project from concept to completion included hurdles such as land acquisition, transmission line relocation, an environmental assessment, updates of the airport layout plan, development of design packages, approach development, and 3 phases of construction, all required intricate and precise sequencing. City staff realized a project of this magnitude required a master plan update. As a proactive measure, the city used local funds for the update, ensuring that the master plan was in place when the new runway was completed. Key local elected leaders and community stakeholders were brought together by city leadership to explain the vision for the project and its positive impact on the region. Support gradually gained altitude, and over the years, it continued to climb. Still, the question of funding a project this size remained. The typical TxDOT aviation project is funded 90% federal and 10% local. A project of this magnitude required significantly more local funding. With a long-term commitment from the community, city leadership began aggressively pursuing construction of a new runway, knowing that ultimately the city would be responsible for approximately half of the $32 million in total project costs. Monumental plans at the Granbury Regional Airport have now become tangible improvements. A new 5,200 by 75-foot runway, full-length parallel taxiway, new 8,000 square yard terminal apron, new LED runway edge lighting, new precision approach path indicators on both ends, new air-filled electrical vault, and conversion of the former runway into a taxiway. It's with great pride that we honor Granbury Regional Airport as the most improved airport of the year.
I didn't think taking a few of my buddy's pain pills would be that big of a deal.
Holding on to an old prescription? Who cares?
My grandma was going to use those pills anyway.
It wasn't a problem.
Our stories are different.
But the outcomes are the same.
You could save someone's life.
It's time to take back your unused or expired prescription drugs.
Before they end up lost?
Stolen.
Or simply misused.
Help keep our community safe and healthy at DEA's Take Back Day, October 26th.
Our most improved airport of the year has been called the friendliest little airport in Texas. But until November 2022, the number of guests to receive its hospitality was limited to those who could safely use a runway only 3,600 feet long. Prior to November, our airport had the shortest runway among similar airports around the western Dallas-Fort Worth airspace. With the community's continuing economic growth, largely fueled by tourism and supported by general aviation, the expansion of the airport was necessary to keep pace with demands. Major improvements were necessary, and it was going to require ingenuity, cooperation, and funding. Lengthening the existing runway was not an option. A longer runway was going to have to be a new runway. Taking the new runway project from concept to completion included hurdles such as land acquisition, transmission line relocation, an environmental assessment, updates of the airport layout plan, development of design packages, approach development, and 3 phases of construction. All required intricate and precise sequencing. City staff realized a project of this magnitude required a master plan update. As a proactive measure, the city used local funds for the update, ensuring that the master plan was in place when the new runway was completed. Key local elected leaders and community stakeholders were brought together by city leadership to explain the vision for the project and its positive impact on the region. Support gradually gained altitude, and over the years, it continued to climb. Still, the question of funding a project this size remained. The typical TxDOT aviation project is funded 90% federal and 10% local. A project of this magnitude required significantly more local funding. With a long-term commitment from the community, city leadership began aggressively pursuing construction of a new runway, knowing that ultimately the city would be responsible for approximately half of the $32 million in total project costs. Monumental plans at the Granbury Regional Airport have now become tangible improvements. A new 5,200 by 75-foot runway, full-length parallel taxiway, new 8,000 square yard terminal apron, new LED runway edge lighting, new precision approach path indicators on both ends, new air-filled electrical vault, and conversion of the former runway into a taxiway. It's with great pride that we honor Granbury Regional Airport as the most improved airport of the year.
didn't think taking a few of my buddy's pain pills would be that big of a deal.
Holding on to an old prescription? Who cares?
My grandma was going to use those pills anyway.
It wasn't a problem.
Our stories are different.
But the outcomes are the same.
You could save someone's life.
It's time to take back your unused or expired prescription drugs.
Before they end up lost?
Stolen.
Or simply misused.
Help keep our community safe and healthy at DEA's Take Back Day, October 26th.
Our most improved airport of the year has been called the friendliest little airport in Texas. But until November 2022, the number of guests to receive its hospitality was limited to those who could safely use a runway only 3,600 feet long. Prior to November, our airport had the shortest runway among similar airports around the western Dallas-Fort Worth airspace. With the community's continuing economic growth, largely fueled by tourism and supported by general aviation, the expansion of the airport was necessary to keep pace with demands. Major improvements were necessary, and it was going to require ingenuity, cooperation, and funding. Lengthening the existing runway was not an option. A longer runway was going to have to be a new runway. Taking the new runway project from concept to completion included hurdles such as land acquisition, transmission line relocation, an environmental assessment, updates of the airport layout plan, development of design packages, approach development, and 3 phases of construction, all required intricate and precise sequencing. City staff realized a project of this magnitude required a master plan update. As a proactive measure, the city used local funds for the update, ensuring that the master plan was in place when the new runway was completed. Key local elected leaders and community stakeholders were brought together by city leadership to explain the vision for the project and its positive impact on the region. Support gradually gained altitude, and over the years, it continued to climb. Still, the question of funding a project this size remained. The typical TxDOT aviation project is funded 90% federal and 10% local. A project of this magnitude required significantly more local funding. With a long-term commitment from the community, city leadership began aggressively pursuing construction of a new runway, knowing that ultimately the city would be responsible for approximately half of the $32 million in total project costs. Monumental plans at the Granbury Regional Airport have now become tangible improvements. A new 5,200 by 75-foot runway, full-length parallel taxiway, new 8,000 square yard terminal apron, new LED runway edge lighting, new precision approach path indicators on both ends, new air-filled electrical vault, and conversion of the former runway into a taxiway. It's with great pride that we honor Granbury Regional Airport as the most improved airport of the year.
Planning and Zoning Commission for the City of Granbury will come to order on 6 p.m. on Monday, September the 9th, 2024, Granbury City Hall, City Council Chambers. The first item on the agenda tonight is public comments on agenda items that are non-public hearing agenda items. Do we have anyone that would like to speak on those items? If not, we'll move into the consent agenda, which is approval of the regular meeting minutes from August the 12th, 2024. Do I have any changes, additions? No? Do I have a motion to approve as presented?
Make a motion to approve as presented.
I have a motion by Mr. Class to approve the minutes as presented. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Moore. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. It takes us to D1 on our agenda tonight, public hearing for consider recommending approval of the request of Catherine Los. You want to help me with that one? Spinoza, okay. For a specific use permit to allow animal grooming in a light commercial LC zoning district. The property is addressed as 816 North Houston.
Good evening, Ms. Chair and Commission. Like stated, this is at 816 North Houston. It is 0.24 acres, and it is a portion of the Barton addition. The purpose for tonight is to renew the SUP that was given an original timeline of 2 years. It is zoned light commercial, and for animal grooming and light commercial, it requires a SUP. Here's the new proposed site plan. And with SUPs, it is consideration for P&Z to see if it generally conforms with the comprehensive plan and the city objectives. So we looked at it, and the use is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding areas or proposed use. It is zoned light commercial, and it's on State Highway 51. It has been a business for 2 years now and is successfully carried on. As we checked with code enforcement, police, there are no violations, no issues, no calls for service, anything like that that would be problematic. And on June 27th, city staff mailed out 14 public notices. The property owners within 200 feet, and actually this is supposed to be August, not June, and it was published in the Hood County News as well. We actually had one letter in favor this morning that we got for the SUP, and staff recommends approval of the SUP. And the voting options for tonight: recommend approval of the SUP as presented, recommend approval of the SUP with additional conditions, or recommend denial of the SUP.
Thank you, Cody. I'll open the public hearing, and it's the applicant here. Would you like to speak?
I can if you need to ask me.
Okay. Commission members, do you have any questions for the applicant? No questions? You're off the hook. Any questions for staff? No? Then I'll close the public hearing and entertain. Oh, I have one question. So before we had a time limit, now we don't, correct?
Right. We're not suggesting any time limit on this one, and it's just from here on out as the business operates.
Okay, great. All right, so I'll close the public hearing and entertain a vote on the SUP request.
Chair, I move to approve as presented.
Have a motion to approve the SUP as presented.
Second.
Have a second by Mr. Hallman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, the next item on the agenda is discussion items, Section E and E1, a monthly plat approval report from the city.
So the first one, we had Wallace Addition. It was a minor plat that had some waivers up to not upgrade Porter Court to urban standards and to not extend sewer or water. Considering there isn't sewer or water in the area, it kind of makes sense, as well as the sidewalks and upgrading Porter Court to urban standards. It's partially a county road right there in front of them, and so it's got bar ditches and small roadways. It was originally zoned, or it is still zoned interim holding, and this plat was created so that they could add an additional barn to the rear of the building with the elderly lady moving here, and they're clearing out their ranch, so they've got some extra storage that's needed for the property. And then second, we've got Saratoga phases 3 and 4 with the final plat without waivers. Y'all are well aware of where Saratoga is, so I won't go into that fully, but that one was approved, and FIA was approved in August by council. And then we have this, I'm not sure if Kira's back yet. We've got an announcement for Commission's Board and Training Workshop, if y'all are interested. That's going to be in January, I believe 7th, correct? 6th and 7th in January that we would like to get some members going to, and it's in Arlington this year, so it could fill up really quickly with seats being taken by other municipalities in the area. We'd like to get the P&Z to go to that and hear some of the good ideas that they have and new state requirements for public hearings and commissions that we have. So if y'all are interested in that, talk with Rita and let her know, and if you want to pass that on to Kira or myself, we can get that lined out.
I can do that.
Yes, ma'am. And our last item for discussion tonight is going to be the comprehensive plan update and where we're at on this process. We've got Freeze and Nichols here tonight, and Mr. Jones is going to come up and give us a rundown of where we're at and what's going on with it. If you want it, you can.
All right, good evening, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Glad to be back in front of you this evening. I'm going to have a fairly lengthy presentation tonight, so I'm going to try to go through it as quickly as possible. You have some handouts in front of you to provide some reference for some of the things that we're going to be talking about tonight. Mainly going to zero in on our draft future land use, the process behind coming up with some of those recommendations, some of the feedback that we heard that ties into those recommendations. With that, we're going to talk about housing and some strategies around dealing with housing topics and some of the feedback that we heard from the community and from P&Z on housing. And then we're going to briefly touch on the preliminary thoroughfare map updates. We're not going to go too much in detail about that. We do have a couple of suggestions as to how we can improve the existing thoroughfare map. Did want to point out that there are discussions that are ongoing with the county, since they're also going through a thoroughfare plan update currently, and we're trying to align those two pieces. So that's still a work in progress, and I'm going to spend most of our time tonight looking at future land use, some new categories that we've been looking at, specifically centered around the lake and downtown, and then some housing strategies and updating that chapter. So just to orient you, we're about halfway through our timeline. This is a 14-month process. We've gone through our project initiation, we've done our background work and our data collection, we've done our community snapshot, we've gotten one round of public input. We're hoping to get a couple more rounds of public input, especially now that we're really getting into the meat and potatoes of the plan with the future land use map, with the thoroughfare plan, and with housing recommendations. We want to go back to the community. After we have this discussion with you tonight, we're going to make some tweaks to these plans and then go back to the community hopefully early next month to present some of those concepts and get some really good public feedback as we're drafting the rest of the chapters. We have another workshop that is planned for P&Z in November. At that point, we'll be discussing both the outcomes of these chapters and also some of our other chapters in our current plan, our natural resources chapter, our downtown and historic preservation chapter. We've also got an economic development chapter that we hope to be working with Shay very closely on, the new economic development director. So we'll be bringing back some of those strategies and discussions as well in November, along with annexation, growth management, update to those portions of the code. And lastly, we'll hopefully be coming back to P&Z and council in the early part of next year late winter, early spring, looking to adopt and finalize the plan so that y'all can begin implementation. So on the timeline that you have on your screen, you'll see that we're, again, about halfway through. We've got some chapters drafted. We're in the process of drafting a few more chapters. So as we're kind of in the heart of that orange area, again, there's the 2 workshops. After tonight, we'll come back to you in November to look at the rest of those chapters. So I'll get into the heart of the presentation tonight, and like I said, I'm going to go through this pretty quickly and then wrap up and hopefully have some discussion and some feedback. As we're going through the presentation, you'll see little prompts on the slides when we've got a handout that gives you more information or a zoomed-in view, since we've got a lot of maps that have small icons or the colors might blur together a little bit on the screen. You've got the handouts to refer to. So the 2 packets are the presentation itself, and then the larger handout has some more detailed information and has those maps. So just to give a brief overview, this is very brief, because we feel that y'all have a lot of experience in this realm, so we don't want to go too in-depth into this, but our enabling legislation that we're referring back to and creating the future land use plan is Chapter 213 of the Texas Local Government Code that states that zoning decisions, you just looked at an SUP tonight, zoning changes must tie back to a city's adopted plan. So this is obviously a key component of that future land use plan, is the map that dictates or provides policy as to how development will occur. Since Granbury is about 50% built out, that means that 50% of the land will have, we know, some future use as you begin developing. But even that 50% that's already developed will undergo redevelopment, and uses will change over time. So this is a policy guide to show how the change should take place, what the values of Granbury are, and how those are applied on the ground at a geographic scale. So each city is given the leeway to decide what's included in the plan. Texas law has a lot of very specific regulations. The state legislature likes to tell cities what to do. More and more so, they like to tell cities what to do, how to do it. But one realm in which the city has a lot of discretion is how it does its comprehensive plan, how it does its map, and how it relates that to things like the zoning ordinance and the subdivision ordinance. So again, this policy as part of the plan is just that. It's a policy. It's not law in and of itself. It's not set in stone, but it does provide a basis for discussion, should provide a basis for decision making when it comes to land use decisions. Should be based on guiding principles. These guiding principles, again, should relate back to the city's values. We looked at this last time in our last workshop with 6 guiding principles that relate back to what we heard from our public input period. And each of the recommendations and the strategies that we'll present as this process goes along, starting tonight with some of our housing strategies, but also working its way into the other chapters, particularly implementation, particularly the way that the plan goes into action, will tie back to each of these guiding principles. So as we go through our presentation tonight, a couple of questions to keep in mind. What are the appropriate land uses for undeveloped areas? Like we just mentioned, 50% of the city is undeveloped. What should those land uses be? Should any areas kind of be looked at differently over time compared to what they are now, whether they're undeveloped or we might consider them underdeveloped, that they developed back in a time when economic circumstances were a little bit different, land values were a little bit different, the city's priorities were different. Should those start to change over time in certain areas, and which areas are those, and what should those changes be? What are some special areas? Obviously, a couple that come to mind are downtown, the lakefront, our 377 corridor, our loop corridor. Those are the pretty easy ones to pick out, and we're going to highlight most of those tonight as either falling under overlays or falling into special classifications. But are there any special areas that we miss? Are the boundaries, do they need to change? Do they need to get larger? Do they need to get smaller? That's the type of feedback and things that we want to discuss tonight. Don't need to spend too much time on this. I mean, the future land use categories, as you'll see with the map and the categories, they're for the most part very conventional. If you spent time on P&Z, you've probably spent time looking at the current future land use map, looking at your current categories and the continuum of most intense uses on the industrial side to least intense uses on the single-family residential side, and everything in between in terms of your higher density housing and your commercial and retail. Things will look very similar to that as we go through the presentation tonight. So bring you back to the June P&Z workshop. We had what I hope was a fun exercise where we set up a couple of tables. Y'all got to come down from the dais and collaborate amongst yourselves to kind of map out the land uses and the transportation needs and connections in Granbury. So we went back to Friesen Nichols HQ and we scanned those boards in and we started poring over those maps and went in and tweaked the future land use map to incorporate a lot of that feedback, tweaked the thoroughfare map to incorporate that feedback. What you'll see tonight ties directly back to that input that you gave us back in June. It also ties back to the input that we heard a little bit earlier from the online survey, from the open house that we had in the spring, and hopefully this relates back to everything that we heard and is a good representation and a way to put that feedback into action. So I want to point out one new feature that is a little bit different compared to the current plan. So the current plan has land use categories like you'll see, and it's got a description of the land use, and it talks about what it is, what types of uses go into that land use category, where those uses are appropriate, and it has some conditions depending on the specific use. We want this plan to be very useful, both for staff and for P&Z as you're considering zoning changes, particularly difficult zoning changes that might involve a large change of use from single family to commercial, or from retail to industrial, or retail to mixed use. As you're making that decision, and as council is ultimately making that decision, we want you to have a lot of tools at your disposal so that as you're considering a zoning change and you're looking at the future land use map and thinking, how does this work together with our 20-year policy, you've got a lot of different things that you can consider and look at. So these dashboards provide a breakdown not only of what is this district, what are its characteristics, but on a use basis, how appropriate is each use within that district? So that as you're considering a zoning change and Cody or Kira is up here talking about, here are all the uses that are allowed under this zoning district that the applicant wants to change to, you'll be able to look at this dashboard and say, well, I see that this use is appropriate, but this use might not be. Similar to the tables, you've got an appropriateness scale, and each of those uses has between 1 and 4 dots, and that is on a use basis what's appropriate. That might not necessarily tell you what zoning districts is appropriate or what zoning district is compatible. So we've listed that as well underneath the description. This district is considered compatible with certain zoning district designations, so that we don't have to guess, well, I see that it says this, I see that it has these kinds of characteristics, but I can't really tell whether or not that means, this district or this district. That's listed out as having either high compatibility or limited compatibility. So we have a dashboard for each of these different zoning districts, starting with estate residential. And I'm going to go through these fairly quickly until I get to some of our new districts, because these are fairly conventional. There's not a whole lot of change with your estate residential, your low density residential. It's still very similar to what you have today in terms of primarily a single family residential use area. It has high compatibility with all of your R districts from R12 to R7. So that The city, it can be a little bit nimble in terms of you get an application that comes in for an R7. If it says low-density residential on the map, that's generally considered to have high compatibility as long as it stays within that R7. Now, if they want to go below R7, that would mean a PD, and again, you've got a little bit of guidance to go with what is appropriate within this district. So you'll see in the tables that we've got another column that says considerations next to each of those development types and those use types. That provides an additional set of considerations for you to keep in mind as far as, okay, this use type might be appropriate in certain circumstances, but it might not be appropriate across the board in this district. So an example here would be zero lot line homes, which is a detached product that is denser than your typical detached single family. It's denser than a cottage type single family, and we'll look a little bit closer with that when we get to the housing section. But we've added in a few additional considerations with that type because it's a little bit different in nature and character than traditional single family detached. With a couple of these, you'll also notice that local commercial gets some consideration, both in your estate residential and your low density residential, and as we go along, you'll see that start to repeat. Within each area, since we're doing what's commonly referred to as a bubble map in a lot of these areas, as we get into the central part of the city, then we start to draw it with parcel lines. But since our undeveloped areas are, for the most part, a blank slate, and we're covering wide areas with a single color, in this case yellow, we want to leave a little bit of consideration for where you have two major roads meeting and there might be some commercial land value there where two large roads intersect, that we don't necessarily completely throw out consideration of development for commercial, development for retail, provided that it's at a scale that's neighborhood serving and we're not putting a large big box development in the middle of a neighborhood. We're not certainly not putting large industrial in the middle of a neighborhood, but we don't necessarily want to give up those commercial corners or say that you can only develop residential when retail commercial might not only be the highest and best use of that land, but might also be good neighborhood serving retail commercial that brings value to those neighborhoods. So you'll see that pop up throughout these. And then if you look down at the bottom where we have public and semi-public, that's going to be appropriate everywhere because that is your city facilities, your county facilities, libraries, schools, churches, those types of uses. So from low density, we move into medium density. So that's going to be your smaller lot, single family residential, your 8.4 and your R7. That's also going to encompass your MD1, patio homes, townhomes, so you start to see that appropriateness get higher for those middle types of housing that are in between single family detached and high density residential. Might be some limited appropriateness with multifamily, but you see that comes with some conditions when you look at the appropriateness scale for medium density. Needs to be located at the borders of these districts in a transition zone so that it can kind of serve as a buffer between the lower density and retail commercial rather than going in the middle of low density. High density residential, that's when you get up to density of about 10 to 18 dwelling units per acre generally. So that incorporates not only your largest apartment complexes, which we describe as 8 or more units, but also smaller apartment complexes, some townhomes and duplexes, though they're kind of the lower end of the scale. This is really considered to be an area where we've kind of reserved it for multifamily. Of course, the idea behind the appropriateness is, these are the areas that are set aside for multifamily and the other areas are set aside for single family. But you get a little bit more of the appropriateness with the local commercial, regional commercial, mixed use, because these are generally in areas where you start to transition into those commercial uses. So the borders get a little bit blurred in terms of what is the highest and best use of the land. Already covered public and semi-public, parks and open space. These are generally considered to be appropriate anywhere with any type of development. We do have some considerations for development that's integrated, or parks that are integrated with other types of uses. Mixed use, you have this category currently, blend of residential and non-residential uses that can be vertical mixed use with uses stacked on top of each other, or horizontal mixed use. So similar to the multifamily, we've obviously got an integration of commercial uses there, but they're both considered to kind of be on equal footing in terms of residential appropriateness versus commercial appropriateness. Local commercial was given a little bit higher sway than regional commercial, since regional commercial is kind of more of your big box developments, grocery anchored types of highway oriented development that's really geared more towards your commercial districts. So this is a new district, and that kind of ties back into some of the feedback that we heard about the lake kind of being the showpiece of Granbury, wanting to have a better access to the lake, or at least maintain access to the lake for not only individuals who are along the lake, but also the community as a whole. We also heard some feedback about wanting to keep things the scale that they are along the lake, not allow it to get taller, not allow it to get boxed in by either larger apartment buildings or hotels or other types of commercial uses. So this is an area, particularly along the central part of the lake on either side of 377, where we're considering a lot of different housing types, but you can see that the appropriateness scale kind of stops at those smaller apartment complexes, your two-story complexes. And then if you get higher than that, then we still want to maintain the same scale that we have there currently. Local commercial is given higher appropriateness to serve that residential use along the lake, to not completely say no to commercial along the lakefront, but to keep it at a smaller scale that is not kind of drawing its own traffic. It's kind of serving the folks who are drawn to the lake itself. Lake Core, this is adjacent to the lakefront district. It's really centered around the area of 377 as you go on either side of where the lake crosses 377. Currently today, it's large-scale commercial development. Obviously, we don't want that to go away. I mean, it serves the community, provides a great function not only for Granbury, but also for the county. It's a good tax generator. We want to keep this area being a big tax generator and a big draw so that it can kind of continue to be the center of activity along 377 and along the lake. So it stays with a largely commercial flavor. Restaurants, some hotel, but fairly limited in terms of it being just kind of a hotel destination. We want this to be a full community serving area that everyone in Granbury can enjoy, and not just cater to tourists or folks who are staying overnight. Some limited consideration for multifamily, but if you consider 377 as kind of being the first tier of development and the frontage along 377, any multifamily, we would want that on that second tier and not facing right on 377. So we'll pull up the map in just a second so you can kind of see how these all lay out. But do want to point out three overlays that we're considering. The first is downtown, which on our current map is kind of given a bunch of different types of uses, public, semi-public, commercial uses, but you really have to look at the zoning map and go to the downtown chapter to see kind of a delineation of where downtown is. So this really differentiates downtown from the rest of those individual districts. The individual districts are still there, but downtown itself is given a geographic footprint that for the most part lines up with the CBD zoning district. And promotes the goals of that district for kind of mixed-use developments, destination-driven developments, and a mixture of housing. We have 2 377 corridor overlays, and we did 2 because 377 kind of has a different character depending on whether you're coming from the east, from Fort Worth, or you're coming from the west, from Stephenville. Coming from the east, it's largely retail-driven, lots of grocery stores, lots of retail destinations along 377 East. There are also a lot of car lots that are their own economic generators, but also may potentially represent a redevelopment opportunity. So as we move forward, the East 377 corridor, basically from the city limits to about James Road, is considered to be more of a retail atmosphere to maintain that retail attraction. And some of the improvements that we're hoping to make to the thoroughfare plan will hopefully provide some additional connections to support that retail traffic so that it's not all dumping onto 377. Contrast with West 377, where you have areas like the hospital, and the airport, and the industrial park, really more of an employment generator, has the potential to be a large employment center for the city and for the county. It really already is with the hospital and some of the other businesses that are there, but has the potential to kind of grow into more of that. Not that retail wouldn't necessarily be allowed in those areas, and not that office or employment wouldn't be allowed on East 377, but the attempt here is to try to play up to the strengths of both areas and preserve what provides the character or builds the character for both areas and play on those strengths. So as we look at our map, you can kind of see that geography in action on the east side and the west side. And again, you can refer to your handouts if the map is a little bit hard to see on the screen. But the West 377 corridor would essentially run from the city limits on the west to right about where 377 crosses the lake, with the hospital there on the right side of that image. And then the airport and the industrial park in the center of that image. So depending on which side of 377 you're on, we've oriented it a little bit more towards commercial or industrial to take advantage of the presence of the airport, to take advantage of the presence of the loop and the connectivity that ultimately would provide up to Interstate 20. The envisioned atmosphere of the area around the hospital would be to further build on the medical office uses that are already there, and to make that kind of a medical hub, and thus a hub for employment, a hub for office uses, that make that kind of a professional center and grow the job space of the city, which was another aspect of the public input that we got, that there could be more jobs here in town. Folks that have to go to work generally tend to commute a long distance. They're commuting to Fort Worth, or maybe to Weatherford, or maybe to Cleburne, that we need more jobs here in the city for folks to drive to. That also helps stabilize the housing in the area, to provide more homes for primary residents and folks who work here, and bolster the incomes to be able to acquire that housing. So this is downtown lakefront and then the lake core. So you can see downtown is delineated there in the upper left. And again, those boundaries don't follow exactly the CBD, but they come very close, extending along Pearl Street, and then north and south up to the railroad tracks. And then in the pink, you have the lakefront district, which hugs the lake, and then extends a little bit north of Bridge Street. And then the lake core is in the teal, that generally covers the retail and commercial areas along 377 west of Pearl Street. And then the East 377 corridor, as I mentioned, runs from about James Road to the city limits, and along both sides of 377. So again, this is essentially your primary retail areas along 377. One of the key drivers with this, I mentioned preserving the retail uses, but the commercial frontage and commercial corridor also, of course, attracts a lot of automobile-oriented uses. It also has a tendency to attract a lot of implement-based uses, which means a lot of outdoor storage, a lot of outdoor display of machinery. That's appropriate in the community as a whole because of your location relative to the Metroplex, relative to a lot of agricultural areas. You're a regional hub for Hood County, for Somervell County, so naturally a lot of large dealerships, either of equipment or of car dealers, would want to locate here, especially along a major corridor. But with this stretch of 377, we wanted to make an attempt at limiting some of that outdoor display, some of that outdoor storage, and really provide a good front for 377 as TxDOT rebuilds it, as they add landscaping and shared use paths, and provide that image as folks are coming into the community from Fort Worth, that you kind of have your primary retail there front and center. Outside of the overlay, the idea is that that's where your kind of outdoor display-oriented uses, your implement sales would be a little bit more appropriate, and also in other commercial areas of the city. But this area of 377 would really be highlighted as kind of Granbury's front door as you're coming in from the east. So this is the future land use map as a whole. You again have a copy of this in your handouts if you wanted to take a closer look at that. One thing also to point out that kind of drove the conversation of differentiating 377 from the rest of the commercial areas is that we've combined the commercial areas into one commercial and then one industrial district, rather than having a light commercial and a heavy commercial district. We wanted to cast as broad a net as possible with commercial to provide some flexibility for the city, again, when making zoning decisions, and property owners when they're looking to invest in their property or to purchase new property. So rather than dividing that commercial district up into office or into heavy commercial, the one commercial district as differentiated from industrial, that's been combined on this map. So that gave rise to the need, which we were looking at doing anyway, to look at an overlay for 377. It also kind of draws a starker contrast between the commercial and the industrial side of the equation. So industrial would not only be appropriate for kind of your large manufacturing types of uses or logistics types of uses that need that rail connectivity or need that highway connectivity. It would also have be able to absorb some of that smaller scale kind of flex space that we see popping up all over the place, particularly in the county, but it's very popular because they're able to sign smaller leases in a way that the larger warehouses are not. So you see a lot of contracting businesses go into those, a lot of auto repair type uses go into kind of these smaller industrial buildings where you have kind of one roll-up door per tenant space and a little office, and it's usually inline. So we broadened the industrial, and you can see there's quite a bit of purple on the west side that would incorporate a lot of those types of uses. So one thing that we want to get your feedback on, that we hope to get public feedback on in October, is the appropriateness of the districts and kind of the allocation of the land uses. The overlays themselves, it can be a pretty broad topic of discussion as to whether we should treat this area, inherently differently than this area, or if it has a color, should the color be the same for everybody throughout the city. So again, kind of going back to our questions that we started out with, do we believe that this land use map represents, a good future for Granbury? Do we think it allocates land uses in a equitable way, but also a way that represents the city's values? So I'm going to pause there, but before we get into housing, not to necessarily stop the pace that we're on, but I do want to pause in case anybody has any questions or anything that they want to discuss, or if you want to keep absorbing, we can come back to this at the end of the presentation. So I'll pause here if anybody has any questions or comments they want to make. Or I can keep going. Keep going. Okay, we'll keep going. So that dovetails nicely with the topic of housing in the plan. This is a separate chapter, and we intend to kind of keep this a separate chapter from the land use discussion. But of course, housing drives a lot of different things, both economically and also in terms of the city's character and its values. But do want to touch on a couple of things that we presented back during the community input and visioning phase when we looked at Granbury's demographics. So between summer 2019 and summer 2023, Granbury issued about 45 residential permits per month. And based on the conversations we've had and the data we've been able to look at since then, that's only going to keep going. Both in terms of your permitting volume and also in terms of the number of lots that you're platting. That's not going to slow down. On the one hand, the home values that we've been seeing and the price escalation in the housing market is driven by a lack of supply. But not all supply is created equal. So we want to have enough housing so that everybody has a place to live and so that people's property values aren't going like this and keeping people out of the market, but that doesn't mean we want to give up high quality housing, or that doesn't mean that we want to settle for housing that we're going to have to deal with, or we're going to have to abate, or look at posting in 20 or 30 years. So a couple other things to note kind of before we get into those strategies is the increase in home values is outpacing the increase in local income levels. Incomes have been generally going up across the state over the past few years, but home values have gone up considerably more. And in Granbury, the average income is a little bit lower than in the county, but the home prices are comparable between Granbury and the county. So a 68% increase was seen in the 10 years between 2012 and 2022. And that has a couple of different effects. It keeps people out of the market, who otherwise might be in the market for a home. And it also stretches the budgets of folks who are able to acquire a home, but either their taxes or expenses are going up, or they have to get out of their home entirely, and that turnover isn't good for housing, and the conditions that it creates aren't good for housing. So what we heard in terms of our open house feedback and our online survey feedback, these questions essentially revolved around what different types of housing does Granbury need to focus on? What do we need more of? And it's interesting how this broke down. First of all, the answers are slightly different with the open house feedback compared to the online survey feedback. One of the ones that kind of jumps out right away is that the online survey feedback skewed a little bit more towards the smaller lot single-family residential compared to the large lot single-family residential. The patio homes stayed about the same. Townhomes was considerably more with the online survey versus the open house feedback. And it's important to keep in mind that the responses, some of them came from outside the city limits. Some of them came from outside the ETJ. The majority of the responses where we asked folks to self-identify where they were coming from, the majority did come from the city limits, but some of this feedback represents the opinions of folks who aren't currently living in Granbury. They might want to be living in Granbury, we're not exactly sure, but what this breaks down to is essentially pretty close to the housing profile that y'all have now. Unlike most cities that are positioned like Granbury relative to the Metroplex, where y'all are a little bit further out, you've got a pretty even mixture of single family and multifamily. it's about 58% single family. So that's essentially reflected in these numbers. Now, we could get into, what are townhomes considered, what are patio homes considered. Those are kind of a gray area between single family and multifamily. So that kind of factors into it, but essentially 50 to 60% of respondents said that Granbury, needs more single-family residential. A much smaller percentage by comparison said we think we should have more multifamily residential. And then in the middle was what we'll call middle housing between those two ends of the spectrum. So boiling it down to some of the feedback that we received both through the survey and in person. Some of Granbury's greatest issues when it comes to housing is the rise of housing costs. The housing growth is too rapid relative to what it's been in the past. Granbury's growth has been pretty steady over the years, what we found looking back historically at population growth, but of course, when you live in an established neighborhood and then you drive out towards the edge of town and you start seeing all these rooftops popping up, then that does start to feel like, hey, there's a lot of people moving in very quickly. There's a lot of new houses on small lots that are happening all at once. They look a little bit different than the houses that we're accustomed to and used to seeing in certain areas of the city. And building all of the single-family residential combined with all the multifamily residential that we've seen feels like a lack of housing choice. I have to either live in this single-family home and take on a lot of maintenance and take on a lot of property taxes, or I have to live in multifamily and pay really high rent and kind of live in one of these buildings surrounded by a lot of other people. That's good for some people. It's not good for everybody. So that represents in the minds of a lot of folks a lack of choice. They'd like more choices. What types of housing does Granbury need more of? This kind of runs the spectrum. Essentially everything except multifamily kind of showed up on this list. Small lot, large lot, patio homes. I've got an asterisk there because I'm going to show on the next slide what we mean by patio homes. Townhomes, accessory dwelling units in the backyard or attached to single-family residential. So the takeaway from that is we need a lot of different types of housing, because we've got a lot of different types of housing needs. If you change one thing about Granbury, what would it be? Elderly and disabled might be underserved. Traffic and housing prices, again, same with the greatest issues. And then not enough affordable housing to draw in younger people so that they can afford to live and work here. So if you'll recall when we were presenting the community snapshot, there's a large amount of younger people who are family aged, not like early 20s, but kind of late 20s, early 30s, and then there's a larger amount of more retirement age folks, and not as much in between. So this comment, when you compare it to the data that we saw on the community snapshot, indicates that for that early 20s crowd, maybe getting into late 20s, there's not as much housing that can serve their needs, especially if they're not looking to rent an apartment. Need affordable housing for families. So again, that goes back to the housing affordability question. So when it comes to patio homes, that's a term that can be loaded for some folks. It's a little confusing because there's a lot of different housing types that might fall under the patio home umbrella. That was one of the choices on the survey that we asked folks to select. But other terms for patio home might be a cottage home, it might be a zero lot line home, might be a garden home. But what it essentially means is housing that's detached but has either very small setbacks, kind of the narrowest you can have and still meet fire code, or in the case of the housing on the slide, it's housing that's built right up to the property line and it has a firewall on one side. So that's generally 30 to 40 foot lot widths. Once you get above 40, then you generally have a setback on either side, and we consider that more of a small lot detached housing. This could also be known as cottage housing. So again, about 57% of the total housing stock consists of detached single family. That's not all small lot detached housing. Some of it is larger lot. When we get into the 60, 70 foot range and up, the types of housing that is more and more rarely being built new. We're mostly in the 40 to 50 foot range. We'd consider that small lots detached housing. So again, going back to Granbury's zoning typology, you've got your R7s, that kind of gets into the border between large lot and small lot. And then you've got a lot of zoning districts that go higher than that with larger lot sizes. So as with many communities, that's kind of where the rub is coming in, is that builders are wanting to go smaller and smaller, and the zoning ordinance kind of envisions something that's, this is the small end of the spectrum, what you guys are considering a little bit smaller, or a little bit too big rather, and you want to go a little bit smaller. So how do we bridge that gap then between kind of the large lot, single family developments that a lot of folks are accustomed to, let's call it 70, 80 foot wide lots, not big estate lots, but a little bit bigger, closer to the 8 to 10,000 square foot range. Because those homes, while they're still in demand, there's not a lot of folks who are in their mid to early 20s who can, A, afford a home on a lot that large, and B, they might not want to maintain a lot that large, because a lot goes into maintaining a large house and a large yard. And the more stuff we kind of give people to maintain, the more of a bite that takes on out of their budget. So again, not saying that one is right and one is wrong, but what the feedback that we got tends to indicate that there might be some opportunity, some desire within that middle range between the larger lots and multifamily. Again, there's a lot of terms for that as well. That tends to be housing that's kind of in the middle. Could be like what you see on your screen, which if you squint at it, it could either be townhomes or what we call row homes or small apartments, but generally fits into that range, generally about 9 units or less, maybe on a single lot, or they may be fee simple, but they again fit into that middle range. Incorporate townhouses, they might incorporate duplexes, maybe getting to the zero lot line, anything kind of 8 dwelling units per acre, 10 dwelling units per acre, or over, is kind of what we're referring to as middle housing. So we touched on kind of condition of housing, but want to go into that here before we kind of get into our housing strategies and some of the programs we might want to talk about. Generally speaking, Granbury's housing is fairly new. It's less than 50 years old, but approximately 21% of housing stock was built in 1979 or earlier. So why is that important? Well, earlier than that, you're getting into pre-ban on lead-based paint, pre-ban on asbestos. While a lot of that has been addressed, a lot of those homes out there probably still have those conditions. And of course, there's no way to know for sure exactly how many of them have those conditions, but someone who's buying a house that was built before 1979, there's a good chance they're walking into some of those conditions. That might harm their ability to obtain financing. That might harm their ability to be able to afford not only to buy one of those houses, but also to live in one of those houses, because of the amount of work that might have to go into that. Does that make them bad houses? No, it doesn't. In many cases, they might be better built than housing that's being put up today. But what it does mean is that there's kind of a different set of considerations that need to go into older housing and kind of the effect that has on neighborhoods and on the amount of upkeep that folks are able to handle. So when we look at housing, we want to keep some categories in mind, and the current comp plan does have this kind of categorization. We went a little bit further with it. The current plan has 3 categories. We went with 5. The first is your new housing, what you're seeing more and more of. Being new housing, we're not too worried about it yet, but we definitely want to monitor and make sure that those neighborhoods are stable, that they aren't seeing disinvestment, that they are well set up for the future to the extent that the city is able to do that. Keep in touch with HOAs with those neighborhoods. For housing that's a little bit newer, it's newer than 50 years old, and I'm going to refer to my sheet because I can't see that on the screen. It's less than 50 years old, but they're the neighborhoods are in good condition. We want to perpetuate those conditions. We don't, necessarily want to get too involved because they're doing pretty well on their own, but perpetuate that condition. But some neighborhoods are starting to show signs of decline. We can probably remember when a lot of these neighborhoods were new 20, 30 years ago, but since then they've started to show a little bit of decline. We're seeing more unkept lawns, we're seeing more driveways that have failed, we're seeing more obvious signs of not maintaining those homes, even though they're not that old. They might need a roof replacement. A lot of those conditions, they're not only a burden on the property owner, they're a burden on the neighborhood as well. So we want to kind of have a different set of strategies for those than we do for the first two categories. Homes that are older than 50 years, those might be showing signs of significant decline. They might not. In some cases, we can't always see it, but there's kind of a cascading effect of maintenance problems, as foundations fail, as roofs fail, as you get into situations where, if I'm going to touch this room, if I want to invest in my home, then I've got to bring it up to, a certain code standard, and that's just kind of cost prohibitive. The same is true of commercial buildings too, even though we're talking about housing. And then, of course, Granbury also has a separate category of historic homes, homes that are protected by a different set of codes and standards. Obviously, these have been identified as being highly significant, contributing to Granbury's housing fabric, so we want to continue to conserve and preserve those homes. And by default, this category includes homes that are on the historic register. So what does that look like kind of mapped out? We didn't go through and do a housing assessment of the entire city. It's not too difficult to do kind of a neighborhood level assessment, but to really get down to the nitty gritty and kind of look at things on a parcel basis. This is essentially a windshield survey. Again, we didn't go into each of these houses or knock on the door and kind of ask what the condition of the home is in. But based on a windshield survey, we think that the homes in the center part of the city, or this is essentially the downtown overlay that we showed you earlier, kind of break down in terms of conditions like you see on the map. So green would be conserve, preserve. So those would be homes on the national or the historic register. Perpetuate is the homes in the blue that appear to be in excellent shape. Rehabilitate, again, that falls somewhere on the spectrum of might need significant repair, might be okay, but again, that cost of maintaining a home is high, and it's even higher when a home is a little bit older. So what this tells us is, there's a lot of homes out there that they're not only good shelter, but they're contributing to the fabric of the neighborhood. But we want to keep in mind kind of the needs of those homeowners, and kind of have some strategies in mind for preserving those neighborhoods so that they continue to contribute to the fabric of Granbury, that they continue to provide housing that's good, that's quality, that's affordable, and that residents have a chance to live here, and that quality housing means housing for residents and not just Airbnb, and not just institutional investor-owned types of housing, but that we are preserving kind of our owner-occupied profile, that the folks who are living there are using it as housing, and that it's not just used for commercial purposes. So the next couple of slides has some goals and strategies that relate to these different categories. So I'm not going to go through all of these in great detail. You do have those in your larger handout. And the handout, please take that home. Please kind of look through it. If there's something that we didn't cover tonight and you have a question, again, our goal is to come back and have public input next month. We'll also be coming back to you with a workshop in November. But as we go through each of these goals, we we want to assign some relevance to each of those housing conditions so that each housing condition has multiple strategies that we can take to maintain good conditions, to perpetuate where things are in good condition, and to add value and to address the needs of homeowners as housing starts to decline or faces decline. So that comes down to a lot of different strategies, homeowner education, outreach to first-time homeowners, communication between HOAs and the city, adding public value where we can in terms of streetscape enhancements, sidewalks, connectivity to parks, or building parks in areas where we need more park space, connecting amenities to housing, and we'll show that on a slide in just a second. Working with the school district to identify what their forecasts are seeing in terms of their student enrollment. Obviously, we know generation to generation that some generations are larger than others, and school districts do a lot of forecasting in terms of how many students are we going to have on a yearly basis, on a decade by decade basis, and that's going to have a direct impact on housing. So coordinating with the school district to kind of see what those trends are. And then some tools that we will go into on kind of these next slides. And we're close to the end, I promise. But just a couple of ways that we can align historic preservation with our housing needs through the zoning code, using that to expand housing options in existing neighborhoods, appropriate densities. So, if we've got lots that will support things like ADUs, or they might support things like duplexes, and we've got a house that's kind of in disrepair, and the cost to refurbish that house is too great, but the land value is such that, hey, I really need to build a couple of units on this lot, that we've got some flexibility to do that in an appropriate way. This next one is what I kind of call the good cop, bad cop approach to a building code. That a lot of building codes out there are kind of, you must bring everything up to this standard, or we want you to build to this standard. And there's a lot of good things about that. But when you're starting from, a 70-year-old home, when you're trying to meet a 2024 standard, that can be very difficult and cost prohibitive. So making sure our building codes are aligned to those needs. Community land trusts. This is typically a strategy that you see in bigger cities, but it's a model where a nonprofit will purchase housing, and it will essentially preserve the affordability of that housing by selling it to qualified folks, and you'll own the home, the land trust will own the land, and there's a certain appreciation curve that is associated with that house, so that when it's sold, it doesn't go through the flipper phenomenon, where I bought it for $100,000, I flipped it for $400,000, or I bought it to use as an Airbnb. It's actually used for housing, and can help to maintain the housing values in sensitive neighborhoods. Encouraging adaptive reuse of properties in downtown, as appropriate, adjacent to existing commercial areas to unlock value in those homes and on those properties. Connectivity to community amenities, and again, this kind of goes back to how we implement the future land use map. When we look at where housing is proposed, that it's well located to schools, to parks and open space, to city facilities, libraries, senior centers. This map is also on your handout, since I know those icons are small, but the key takeaway here is that where we've got existing public investments in facilities, that we want to locate housing close to those investments. So I touched on a few of these already, but making sure that small-scale developers kind of have a seat at the table, that you're not only seeing housing from kind of the D.R. Hortons of the world, that there's not any kind of barriers that I'm facing if I want to come in and kind of build one or two houses as infill developments, that there may even be incentives. The city has a neighborhood empowerment zone, kind of leveraging that to provide some incentives for small-scale builders. Faith-based partnerships are in use in a lot of surrounding communities, including in Johnson County, where we've got Christmas in Action that is a way that the city can leverage a partnership to help folks with deferred maintenance on houses, to upgrade their houses in situations where they might not be able to afford to. Housing tax credit program, tax abatements and buying down the cost of a home. Community Land Trust and Housing Tax Credit both kind of do that in different ways. Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone in a similar way leverages tax revenue to put it back into the area and bring up the value of homes. So again, this is something we want to tie back to these guiding principles and to the feedback that we heard. Keep Granbury attractive to residents and to diversify demographically and economically by removing barriers to housing, by making it so that folks of all income levels are able to find housing and enjoy the benefits of living in Granbury. So we do have this table of housing goals and strategies, as mentioned, that tie back into those guiding principles. So a lot of those are just kind of building off of the strategies that we've presented this evening. So I'm not going to go into great detail with these. You do have them provided in your handouts. They also build on the strategies and recommendations of the current comprehensive plan. So I'd definitely ask for feedback on these, and again, if we don't cover something this evening, that we can cover it at our next P&Z workshop. The last one that I want to touch on real quickly is transportation. We again, like with housing, we kind of heard from across the spectrum. Obviously, we want a well-connected vehicular street network and sidewalks and bike and pedestrian trail networks and complete streets. So we got kind of across the board in terms of, hey, here's what we want to look at in terms of transportation. So with our current thoroughfare map, this was built in kind of a world that doesn't exist anymore, where the city could involuntarily annex, and we could look at that map and assume that Granbury is going to grow to the extent of that ETJ. So those street alignments, those are roads that the city is eventually going to take over and maintain and build. We live in a little bit different world now, so in terms of our map in 2024, we still have a lot of the same needs. We still need to provide connectivity, we still need to provide relief for drivers on 377, but there's a lot more coordination that needs to happen now outside of the city limits. So some of these connections have shifted a little bit in terms of what we think we can feasibly build, particularly that southern loop that runs parallel to 377 is shifted to the south. Again, conversations are ongoing with the county in terms of how to align this with the county's thoroughfare map. And providing connectivity and kind of secondary networks to 377. There's a couple of additions on the east side of the city, number 6. So you've got this list in your packet of key opportunities. So number 6 is making an additional connection to serve as a parallel route to 377. Also a northern loop, which is number 3, that would connect 377 with Weatherford Highway and provide a secondary way to get east and west on the north side of the city. So a lot of these are not necessarily saying, hey, we can go out and fix 377. We're hoping that the improvements that TxDOT is making will provide some relief there, but providing secondary roadways Backage roads is an improvement that we're thinking could have some value and some impact parallel to both to the loop and to 377. So number 2 would provide some secondary connectivity around Loop 567, and we want to carry that concept through in as many different places as we can, so that if you're going from one business to another, you're not having to get on the 377 and then back to the business. So number 8, as well as an example of that on the west side of the city. So I'm going to stop there. I know that's a lot of information, and that's why we gave you some stuff that you can take home and kind of look at and ruminate on. But we wanted to provide that update in terms of some of the concepts that we've been looking at, some of the things that we would like to present in some form at our open house next month in early October. So I appreciate you sitting through that long presentation patiently, and definitely would like to open it up for any questions that you have or anything that we want to go back through and look over.
On your thoroughfare plan, I thought we talked about a missing connection of Crawford Drive to Old Cleveland Road, which is Water's Edge Drive. I don't see that on here. I'm trying. Well, it's a way to leave something on that side. You have Crawford for a while, and then it just ends. So we had it where, no, it's just I'm not sure why another got.
So
it would extend behind Dairy Queen and tie into Old Cleveland Road, which is actually just the north end of Water's Edge Drive.
on the south end?
On the
It's north of
west end.
377.
Well, so what do you consider south, going towards Stephenville? I consider that west.
It's west.
I consider it west.
Going west.
Anyway, we talked about that at the workshop, but I don't see it on there. Has a better chance
Okay.
of this huge crossing here.
So we've got a connection that runs north of 377 along Water's Edge, but which one are we missing?
Crawford, that runs on, from east to west, behind 37, I don't know where to tell you. Basically, it runs from Business 377, and it goes all the way down to...
I think that's, little green line is it. It doesn't have a number. Yeah.
Oh, I see it, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's actually one of the more doable things. Right.
But I couldn't see it on my little map, you're right, thank you.
The southern loop is really nice,
That's like,
but I don't think we'll see it in any of our lifetimes, having been to the county meetings as well. But the little green line just north of 377, but at the right of Water's Edge is what we're talking about. That may actually be doable in the next 5 years.
Should that not be dashed as a proposal? Because that's a solid line.
You're right, Tim, you're right. Because that road doesn't exist.
Okay, we can add that in there. So connecting to Harbor Lakes. And sorry, you were saying Old Cleveland Road, that wasn't
no.
jogging anything in my mind.
No, to Water's Edge Drive. Oh, but they call the part that's north of 377, it's actually called address Old Cleveland Road.
Okay.
Yeah, not
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
It
Cleveland,
changes
yeah.
names at 377,
Yeah.
Okay.
but I see it there now. It just allows you to offload on the business and come down Crawford, and you can, if there's a big wreck in there, you can at least get to that point. Get to the point.
So is the thought there to take that all the way over to Harbor Lakes?
What already exists between Harbor Lakes and, would it be easier if one of us went over there and showed you what we're talking about?
Why don't I come to you?
I think you already have it on there.
It's
on there. I just
It's
didn't,
not-
I just didn't see it.
It needs to be dashed.
Yeah, we're talking about
No, the dash stuff means it's out of the
this
ETJ.
line right here. This road exists. This road doesn't.
Dashed, it says
Okay, so
that needs to be
That needs to be dashed.
Okay.
And that's when I actually put a number on, so that might actually be doable.
I don't know.
As opposed to, say, the south loop.
How you work Lakestone Terrace and the gas station and all that in there, I don't know.
I know.
You gotta go across Lakestone Terrace's entrance, the road does, so.
Yeah, I know.
With a stop sign or something.
On the community amenities chart, do we use the same icon for fresh produce and convenience stores? I don't see a difference in those shopping baskets. I'm on this one.
Which one?
Oh, are they different colors?
Yeah. But, yeah, you're right, they look pretty similar.
My old eyes don't discern a difference.
So we can definitely change that color, make it contrast a little bit more.
I think that's important. Convenience stores and where you get fresh produce are significantly different.
Yeah, fresh produce could be a fruit stand, or it can be a grocery store.
I don't mean to demean the convenience stores that has a bowl of 3 bananas in it for sale, but it's not exactly a produce stand.
Right. So I'll just flash forward, but if any questions come to you, then we can definitely go back, but.
I had a question. Is there anything addressing like future expansion of public parks? I see where the existing parks are marked. Because I remember making a comment during one of the public hearings that there were no public parks south of 377. All your parks are north of 377.
We've started to look at, it's not going to be updates to the parks plan from 2020, but since it's gotten to about 5 years, then it's kind of due for a little bit of a refresh. So we've started looking at the goals and future expansions that are outlined in that plan. Some of those things have already been accomplished or put in motion.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be incorporated in the kind of the next round of information that we bring to y'all in November. We're still kind of in the process of looking at that, and we're not going to redo it completely since it was just done in 2020. But that kind of list of here's where you need parks, here's what you need to do to upgrade your current parks, that'll be incorporated within the new plan.
All right. Yeah, I just think it's an area that needs to be addressed because you have a large tax-paying population south of 377 that literally have to drive miles to a city park, so.
So on the screen, we've got kind of our upcoming schedule. So our next step would be to take this information to the public, probably have a somewhat condensed version of the presentation that you saw tonight with the transportation strategies. Hopefully we can refine those a little bit more with the county. Kind of to the point that a couple of folks made, that southern loop, while it does show connectivity, it's going to be a big lift to do anything approximating that in the ETJ or outside the ETJ, so we're going to need, obviously, county to step up in a big way to accomplish that. So that line is kind of to simulate conversation with them, and hopefully by the time, certainly we come back to y'all in November, we will have had some of those conversations and have gotten some of their input. So that line may change. In fact, it very well may change, but we want to put it on there to kind of show here's what Granbury's priorities are in terms of we need some secondary connectivity and mobility so that not everybody has to get on 377. So hopefully those conversations can continue to move forward with the county, and we can refine that a little bit more. So kind of our next scheduled appearance with y'all is going to be in November before Thanksgiving. I think we have a tentative date for the open house in October. It'd be October 3rd, but I believe, Cody, the plan is to post that so that council can be in attendance, and y'all are certainly invited to attend that as well and provide any feedback. And contact Kira if you have any more feedback or questions, and we can get in touch with her. But definitely please take your handouts home and your copy of the presentation so that we can continue the dialogue. So with that, I appreciate your attention tonight and all the feedback.
Thank you very much. There no further business. Please let me know if you're interested in the January workshops, January 6th and 7th, I think it was. And then if no further business, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you all for coming.
Is your vehicle up to date on maintenance? Staying current on vehicle maintenance saves you money and helps our air quality. Here are some tips on being car care aware. Tip 1. Address a check engine light as soon as it is displayed on dash. Tip 2. If you notice your tailpipe smoking, see an emission shop as soon as possible. Tip 3. Make sure your tires are properly inflated. Underinflated tires decrease fuel economy and can be dangerous. And here are some other items you don't want to forget. Wiper blades, brakes, tire tread depth, coolant levels, regular oil changes, changing spark plugs. For more tips on how to be car care aware, visit www.ntxcarcare.org.